comes to resources and factory.
Okay, is this the right one? I think this is the right. Is this the right one? It's odd. No, this is Mike and Knox. Is this the right one? Or is this the right one? This is the right one. Okay, this is the right one. Let me just turn this down a little bit. This one. Yes, this is the right one. Okay, this is the right one. Whoop, 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 whoop. Put this closer to me. Hello, everybody. I'm gonna turn this down retrospectively. How is everybody doing? And do you know what we're getting back today? That's right, the face cam. And I know you see this headphone's been through a lot. It's been through a whole lot. But hey, this is a morning stream. We're just gonna take it easy. Hopefully, nothing really should be happening. I don't really plan to do a lot today. There is something I wanted to watch. I've been keeping on tabs on the bricks and minifig situation, so I'll probably next stream do something about that if Ben releases another video. I know his recent video said that he couldn't because he's been cease and desist, but the next time that he does release a video is when we'll watch it on stream, because I'm guessing if you have heard of it, then yeah, we can just instantly go into the third video if he ever releases it. Also, have been keeping tabs on a whole bunch of different stuff in the gaming sphere. God of War, La Fey. I'm not the most excited for it. I feel like it's a little unnecessary to have another God of War game, especially one that's not really focused around the main character, and also a whole bunch of other stuff. But we'll get into that later. But first, let me see. First things first. Let me see if I can pull up the right thing. Hello, plushie. I'ma just keep this. Okay, there you go. I'm gonna leave the music on. I feel like I feel like it's nice to have the music on in the background. So I'll just make it lighter. And then let me. Okay, it's not gonna work. That's great. That's so great. Fine. Display capture. Turn it on. And then, first thing we're taking today. Let me get this out the way. Political compass test. Now, I have taken this before. It was a long time in the past, but thought might as well just take it again today. So we're doing the political compass test and the Chud woke values test. I saw Asmongo do both of these, and I thought, you know, why not let me do it? So yeah, let's just hop straight in. I guess we'll do the political compass test first, and then hold on. We'll do the political compass test first. Let me turn this down a little bit more, and then we'll do this. Kind of sucks that you can just see my tabs open, but it doesn't really matter. It's not like anything's up there. Okay. Let's see, where do we? Okay, so this is it. Take the test. Okay. Please note that this isn't a survey. These aren't questions. They are propositions. Propositions are very are a very different proposition. You can tell it's early because I can't speak. To question to question the logic of individual ones that irritate you is to miss the point. Some propositions are extreme and some are moderate. That is how we can show whether you lean towards extremism or moderation on the compass. Your responses should not be overthought. Some of them are intentionally vague. Their purpose is to trigger reactions in the mind, measure feelings and prejudices rather than detailed questions on policy or detailed opinions on policy. All of them are necessarily biased, but we have a careful balance of biases. This is something that most of our critics simply don't understand. Now try the test. Okay, where's English? Here's English. Alright, first question. Just a few propositions to start with concerning no less how you see the country and the world. Okay. So first one, if economic globalization is inevitable, it should primarily serve humanity rather than the interest of transnational corporations. Okay, here's the thing. The interest of transnational corporations can be in line with the interest of humanity. And of course, also transnational corporations don't have the interest of humanity in mind. But hey, Mom. Okay, love you. No, there's no assignment today. Sorry, that was my mom. Always love mom. What was I saying? But yeah, in essence, economic policies and the globalization of economies. Okay. Yeah, I'll check around in like half an hour. Um, let's see. The globalizations of economies should most likely be in favor of serving humanity. But also transnational corporations can also serve humanity. So I would agree. I always support my country, whether it's in the right or wrong. I would disagree. I don't always support my country. I love my country. I love America. I love everything about America. I love its history. Is there some bad parts to it? Yes. But I still love my country. However, I would not support it in everything. I feel like we have done very bad things, and I would always disagree with them. No one chooses their country above, so it's foolish to be proud of it. I strongly disagree with that. I'm fully proud to be an American. I love the culture we have here. I love the melting pot that we have here. Just because you don't choose what happens in life doesn't mean you can't be proud of what happened in your life. Our race has superior qualities compared to other races. No. Honestly, it's very surprising how nowadays people who claim they are not racist will prop up racist values. This is like what happens to people who virtue signal on Twitter, because they will say that, oh, white people did this, white people did that. It's so bad that white people did this. Like we're inferior to these races. It's like you're being racist when you're trying to say that you're not racist. And it always happens with white people, because it's always like, oh, the whites are this, the whites are this. But whenever it goes back and someone tries to say, well, I mean, blacks did this, Asians did this, oh, all of a sudden it's racist to say that, even though people say the same exact stuff about white people. Next question. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It depends, but I would say I would generally agree that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Military action that defies international law is sometimes justified. While I agree, I wouldn't say justified, I would say necessary. I would say military action that defies international law is sometimes necessary in order for things to actually happen correctly. So I would say yes. Because think about it. If we did not hold back and stop pulling our punches in Afghanistan, we would have already been secured. The government we would have secured the country, and we would have secured the rights for those who are oppressed and minorities who are oppressed in Muslim countries like Afghanistan and tribal societies like Afghanistan. But because we had to play by the rules of international law, we had to pull our punches. And because of that, every single time in the winter, Afghanis, the fucking Taliban would run off into the other stand countries and then come back during the summer, begin their offensive, and then do the same thing again. So eventually we got tired of it. If we defied international law and stopped playing as the nice guys with having to do the rules of war, then we would have been sorted out all the issues in Afghanistan. But we have to pull our punches. So sometimes military action that defies international law is necessary. Is it justified? Depends, but most certainly necessary. There is a willing fusion of information and entertainment. I agree. I do agree. Information and entertainment can be linked, but it's like the two are just very coincidentally like the same thing now. Like a lot of people like to put stuff in entertainment, but also like to just force feed information, and I don't really like that. I'll agree. I won't strongly agree, but I'll agree. People are ultimately divided more by class than nationality. Yes, you have the rich, the middle, which is slowly becoming not existent anymore, and then you have the poor, and then poverty line poor. So yeah, people are more divided more by class than by where they come from in a nation. Controlling inflation is more important than controlling unemployment. Yep, because as the economy progresses, if you have uncontrolled inflation, the value of unemployment will just be useless. It's like what happened during the Great Depression. There was massive inflation because the economy crashed. Money was worthless. It's like what happened in the Weimar Republic with Germany. They had such bad hyperinflation that being employed was just absolutely worthless. Money was worthless. So if you have a society that is worthless in value, inflation, if you have a society that has high inflation, that has worthless currency, then unemployment is just going to be a non-factor, because it's just going to be stuck, because the economy is just going to be stuck in hyperinflation. So what would be the point of having a job if you can't afford anything with a job to begin with? Because corporations cannot be trusted to voluntarily protect the environment, they require regulation. I agree. I feel like the job of a corporation is to be regulated by the government, and the job of the government is to regulate the corporation. Because let's be honest, corporations, if they could get an extra 10 cents by completely polluting the environment, they would absolutely do it. Now, are there some good corporations out there? Absolutely. But generally, corporations will do whatever they can to earn extra money. From each according to his ability to each according to his need is fundamentally a good idea. I think this is a quote from Karl Marx. I agree with the principle, but not necessarily to the action of it. I agree with the principle. If you can do something and you can receive what is equal in value to what you can do, then yeah, sure, it's a good idea in principle. But in actual action, no, it doesn't work. But fundamentally, I would say principally or principality, however it would go in English. I don't know, English is weird. I would agree. The freer the market, the freer the people. I wouldn't say the freer the market, the freer the people, because the freer the market that you have, the more easy it is for the market to be manipulated, and thus the people aren't necessarily freer in the market. Because if you have all control in a free market, then you can manipulate the market to how you want it to be. So it wouldn't necessarily be a free market. So I would disagree. Um, it is a sad reflection on our society that something as basic as drinking water is now a bottled branded consumer product. No, because you have water all around you. Whenever you go somewhere, you can get water for free. You have tap water. Hell, if you're scared about drinking tap water, just boil it, because boiling it kills off all the bacteria that could possibly be in there. So you can drink your tap water free of charge. Well, not free of charge because you have a water bill, but drinking water is available everywhere and for free. Like if you went to a restaurant, you can get water for free. If you went to a park, you can get water for free. If you went to someone like, I wouldn't say Disney World because they charge everything, but if you went on an airplane, then you would get that for free. Sure, do you have to pay to get to some of those places? Yeah, but overall, drinking water, although it is branded sometimes, is usually the cheapest thing and also the most widely accessible thing. So it's not concerning to me that water is a bottled branded product. Land shouldn't be a commodity to be bought. I strongly disagree. I would love in the future to buy my own plot of land, a few acres, maybe some farmland. The value of the land is how much you value it, how much you want to put in towards making it the best it can be. So land should be a commodity to be bought and sold. I'm absolutely 100%. I disagree with that. It should be something that can be bought and sold. It should be necessary to be bought and sold because personal property is extremely, extremely valuable to me. Um, where's my water at? Because I know my throat's gonna get dry from all this talking. Some nice water. I'm gonna turn my mic down a little bit. It may be a little high. Um, okay. It is regrettable that many personal fortunes are made by people who simply manipulate money and contribute nothing to their society. Personal fortunes are made by people who manipulate. Yeah, yeah, but it depends on what you mean by manipulate money and contribute nothing. Because you could say daytime traders manipulate money and contribute nothing to their society because they're just profiting off the stock market. They're not actually doing anything else other than profiting off the stock market. You could say the same for regular traders as well. People who like just regularly invest. They're not really doing anything but manipulate their money. And you can make a whole lot of money by doing that and contribute nothing to their society. I disagree. Protectionism is sometimes necessary in trade. I strongly agree. If you don't protect your trade, then it just shows a weakness in your ability. Because trade is like one of the most economically valuable things a country can have because it connects your country with other countries in the rest of the world. If you don't protect your connection to the rest of the world, then you're a country that is set up for failure. The only social responsibility of a company should be to deliver a profit to its shareholders. The only social responsibility. I feel like the profit of its shareholders is not its only social responsibility. I feel like a company should also be socially responsible to anything that they put out on the street. I feel like if you make a toy, right, and you're a company that makes toys, you should make sure that it is your personal social responsibility that that toy is safe for use. Because it's one thing to deliver a profit to shareholders, but it's another thing to not take into the accountability of the safety of your customers. And if you don't do that, then you're not going to make a profit in the first place. And same things with like things like the environment and stuff like that. But then again, that is government regulation. So I would disagree. I think the delivery of the profits of the shareholders is one of its social responsibilities, but the other is also to make sure that the thing that they are making is actually safe. Like what they are doing is safe. I feel like that's another responsibility. The rich are too highly taxed. No, even though the rich in this country pay 50% of our of federal taxes every year, and the West is just like, well, actually, it's more like 50 to 60%, and the rest of the country pays like, and that's the top 1%, and the rest of the country pays 40, or 30, or 40%. But no, the rich are never too highly taxed because if you're making 2 million, 3 million, 5 million a year, if you're on an NBA contract for like 500 million, then I really feel like if you are making a contract that's like 500 million, a billion, however much, you should at least be having 70% of that taxed. I'm gonna be honest. If you have such a big paycheck like that, because we already know your net worth's like most likely in the millions. So if you're making millions, at least 70% of that should be taxed. I'm gonna be honest with you. It shouldn't be 50%. Shouldn't be 40%. Should be 70 on average. Those with the ability to pay should have higher access standards of medical care. Should have access to higher standards of medical care. Yeah, and let me explain why. I'm not saying that people who can't pay, like poor people who can't pay, shouldn't have access to standards of medical care. If you are able to pay, you should have access to higher standards, yeah, because you can pay for that higher treatment. However, if you are also poor, you should have access to a standard of medical care. You should have access to be able to get medical care. But if you have the ability to pay, then you should be able to pay for higher medical care. Government should penalize businesses that mislead the public. Absolutely. Businesses do that all the time. They make lies, they statistic lies, they do all that, and yet governments do not penalize businesses who actively lie and mislead the public, even if it's sometimes against the government. A genuine free market requires restrictions on the ability of predatory multinationals to create monopolies. Yeah. Because one thing is, I don't like monopolies. I don't like when a company acquires another company and then can acquire another company, and then it's just a whole bunch of a one company owns all type of thing. I don't like that. I feel like if a company fails and its IPs can be brought out, but that company doesn't come back to life. Like, I don't like the fact that Disney owns Marvel. I feel like Marvel should be its own thing. You get what I mean? It would be the same thing if, like, since Warner Brothers owns DC, it would be like if Disney acquired Warner Brothers. Because then they just own the entire section of, like, the animated industry in America. And I don't like the fact that multinational companies can own multiple companies. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Abortion when the woman's life isn't. Fuck, I can't read. Abortion when the woman's life is not threatened should always be illegal. I will partially disagree because although my personal values on abortion is that it should mainly be used when either the woman is either raped, assaulted, is the baby resulting of incest, or the baby will come at the life of the mother. Even though that is genuinely what I think, I feel like at the end of the day, it's the woman's body, it's the woman's choice, and since people in science has not dialectically agreed on where life begins, I feel like abortion should be in the choice of the mother who decides. Because I'm not going to say whether life begins at birth, whether it begins at conception, whether it begins at the first breath. Because frankly, I and many other people who try to argue stuff like this don't have the ability or knowledge to argue. And it's more perpetrated by the fact that even biologists today don't have a clear consensus on where life begins. Because you need to have a 100% agreed on thing that life begins at a certain point. And if you don't have a 100% consensus, then it's just not true. We're not true, but it's not valuable. It's not viable enough to fully agree. So yeah, disagree. I feel like abortion should be allowed in general to the woman. All authority should be questioned. Agree. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I agree. You do something to me, I do it back to you. Treat me how I want to be treated, and I'll treat you how you want to be treated. Equal way. Taxpayers should not be expected to prop up any theaters or museums that cannot survive on a commercial basis. Yeah, I'd agree. If a Well, unless it was like like the theater, right? No, well, not the museum. If it was like a national theater that held all of our history, like all of America's history into one, then I would disagree because it's the entire country's history. But if it's just like theaters and museums in general that cannot survive on a commercial basis, then yeah, I would agree. If you can't fund yourself, then that's on you. Schools should not make classroom attendance compulsory. I disagree. You should go to school. You should go to school, plain and simple. There's a lot of things you can get out of school. Now, do I agree that our education system is not the best? Yeah, it's not the best. But there is a whole lot that you can get out of school. All people have their rights, but it is better for all of us that different sorts of people should keep to their own kind. No, no. I'm fully with integrating cultures that can be integrated. I am all for people integrating into a society and successfully integrating into it. Anybody of any race can come together, cultures can come together, but only if the people in the culture have the ability to come together. Good parents sometimes have to spank their children. I strongly disagree. If you have to physically land a hand on your child in order to get them to listen to you, then that's just terrible parenting on your part. You shouldn't have to hit your child to get them to listen to you. It is natural for children to keep some secrets from their parents. I agree. Possessing marijuana for personal use should not be a criminal offense. I agree with that very heavily. The prime function of schooling should be to equip the future generation to find jobs. I agree. But also the primary function of schooling should be able to prepare the student for future responsibilities besides a job, like taxes or anything relating to your finances, or something about politics, maybe knowing how to vote, how to make friends, or whatever, like anything that's necessarily social that you have to do socially. Maybe being on a jury. I feel like while the prime function of schooling should be to equip the future generation to find jobs, the main function of the school system in general should be to prepare students for the future. People with serious inheritable disabilities should not be allowed to reproduce. I disagree. Because just because someone has a inheritable disability does not mean that the disability itself will be passed on to the next generation. The most important thing for children is to learn to accept discipline. No. The most important thing for children is to learn to question discipline, because not all discipline is good discipline, and you should be allowed to question who is telling you what to do. There is no savage and uncivilized people. There are only different cultures. I strongly disagree. There are savage and uncivilized peoples. If we go to a tribal society and they're committing cannibalism and they're doing ritualistic sacrifices, then those are savage and uncivilized people. Because you don't see people here a day on the norm committing ritual sacrifices and eating other people. Now, there are people who do that in civilized societies, but it's the very, very minority. But if you go to a uncivilized society and they're doing that and they're committing these acts of tribalistic violence, then yeah, they're savage and uncivilized. They may be a different culture than you, but just because they are a different culture does not mean that that culture is at the same equal standing as your culture. I can take pride in knowing that my culture as an American is that I don't have to accept, is that I'm not on the equal standing of Afghani culture that props up the culture of the Quran and the religious teachings of the Quran, and they put women down. I can take pride in the fact that I don't live in that terrible culture. Shout out to all my Afghanis out there, but they will understand what I mean. Those who are able to work and refuse the opportunity should not expect society support. I agree. Now, it depends on why you refuse the opportunity to work, but generally, I agree. If you are able to work, you should work. When you are troubled, it is better not to think about it, but to keep busy with more cheerful things. See, I can understand both sides, but I feel like when you are troubled, it is best to understand why you are troubled and to deal with it accordingly. Because if you need therapy, you should go and get therapy. I don't think you should push off therapy just because you don't want to do it or seem like you should just be happy all the time, because hiding behind a face just makes stuff more worse. So I would disagree. If you are troubled, you should get the help that you need. First generation immigrants can never be fully integrated within their country. I strongly disagree with that. There are many first generation immigrants in this country who have strongly integrated within American society, and there are immigrants who are first generation who have integrated with other societies and cultures in general. So I fully disagree. What's good for the most successful corporations is always ultimately good for us. I strongly disagree with that. What's good for the most successful corporations is sometimes worse for us. No broadcasting institution, however independent its content, should receive public funding. I disagree. If you want to fund an institution with your money and you're not being forced to, you should be able to fund that institution. Our civil liberties is being excessively curbed in the name of counterterrorism. I strongly agree with that. Just take a look at Britain. A significant advantage of a one-party state is that it avoids all the arguments that delay progress in a democratic political system. I strongly agree with that. If you have one political party, then its motions would get passed through a whole lot faster than if there were two parties that had to debate over the smallest things and hold up society. Although the electronic age makes official surveillance easier, only wrongdoers need to be worried. I disagree, because sometimes even people who aren't doing wrong still get caught up in surveillance systems. The death penalty should be an option for the most serious of crimes. I strongly agree. Things like murder, yeah, the death penalty should be the option for the most serious of crimes. If you take someone's life, then you have the right to have your life taken. In a civilized society, one must always have people above to be obeyed and people below to be commanded. So this is like talking about hierarchy, right? One must always have people above to be obeyed. I disagree. I don't want to obey my quote-unquote superiors just because they live in a higher status than me. No, I should have the ability to fully be able to question them, talk crap on them, do whatever I want with them. Just because you're on a higher standing doesn't mean you get to boss me around, but like Bill Gates, if he knocked on my room door and came in and said, "Hey, you gonna work at Microsoft and you like it?" Well, I mean, one, it depends on where I'm working at Microsoft, but two, generally, no. I'm not gonna let someone just walk in and tell me what I should and shouldn't do because they're on a higher standing in society than me. Abstract art that doesn't represent anything shouldn't be considered art at all. I disagree. People have their own way of considering what art is and what art isn't, and if another people consider something that is abstract to be art, then it is art. Because art is what you personally see something as, and art can be anything. In criminal justice, punishment should be more important than rehabilitation. I agree. Because sometimes the only thing that you can do is punish. Because sometimes you cannot rehabilitate. And like this says, right, it's always something to try and I strongly agree. Some people cannot be rehabilitated. Sometimes they are just too far gone. They're too mentally unstable. They should not be in society. And they should be locked away before they cause more harm. The business person and the manufacturer are more important than the writer and the artist. Okay, so I disagree. I feel like the people who give the idea first should be able to be more important because they're the ones who gave the idea in the first place. Mothers may have careers, but their first duty is to be homemakers. Maybe if you were in a traditional conservative house, then the answer would be yes, but overall, no. My mother is single. She has a wonderful, she has a wonderful career, and she spent a lot of her time making her career into being able to be a home. Almost all politicians promise economic growth, but we should heed the warnings of climate science that growth is detrimental to our efforts to curb global warming. Yeah. Making peace with the establishment is an important aspect of maturity. It depends, because the establishment can be scummy, and sometimes you can't make peace with scummy people. You have to put the pressure on. You can be mature, but you also can still criticize the establishment. It's not necessarily always good to make peace with something. So I would disagree. Astrology, no, it doesn't. What the fuck do you think we live in? 1000 BC? You cannot be moral without being religious. Strongly disagree. I'm not religious, and I'm pretty moral. Sure, do my morals come from possibly religious values? Yeah, but those same religious values still have to come from people who want religious in the first place. Where do you think religion came from? It came from people, and they had to put those morals in there in the first place. Charity is better than Social Security? No. As a means of helping the general? No, it's not. Some people are naturally unlucky. I strongly disagree. If you look at anyone with a terminal illness, then that's just very unlucky as being born with that. It is important that my child's school instills religious values. Absolutely not. I don't want religious slop being put into my child's brain into my child's brain when I did not consent to it, when I did not want it, and if the child did not want it. I feel like if it comes to religion, it should be the child's choice whether to be religious or not. Okay, finally, sex outside of marriage is usually immoral. Disagree. Before religion, people were having sex all the time. Has sex all the time, and it shouldn't be immoral to be able to sleep with someone that you love. A same-sex couple in a stable, loving relationship should not be excluded from the possibility of child adoption. Yeah. Because I know some people want to make the argument like, oh, but they're the same sex. Like, what if they abuse the child? What abuse happens in hetero couples also. So it's just the matter of the person, of the individual. It's not the matter of whether they're gay or not. Because it's why background checks happen. It's why background checks and child adoption happens. Because it's the matter of the individual and not the sexuality. Pornography depicting consenting adults should be legal for the adult population. Absolutely. What goes on in a private bedroom between consenting adults is no business of the state. Absolutely. No one can feel naturally homosexual. Disagree. There are animals in the animal kingdom who do feel naturally homosexual, and thus it's the same for humans, which are animals and which are mammals that do feel homosexual feelings. These days, openness about sex has gone too far. I agree. There's been a little bit way too much sexualization in things like music and things like art, and yet out of all that, the sexualization in video games has stooped down to the low. Like if you take a look at MK9, Mortal Kombat 9, and Mortal Kombat 1 in Western society, then yeah, it's gone down by a lot. It's why games like Stellar Blade had to be censored, because Western game companies did not like the sexualization, even though it was completely fine in Japan. Now let's see where you stand. Get out of here, antivirus. So I lean. I don't know what this means. Okay, so I'm libertarian left, and I'm up on the so I'm right leaning on the economic scale, and I'm up leaning on the libertarian scale. So I'm right here. Isn't this like where Asmongold was? I could have swore this was like where Asmongold was. So I'm like right where his political values are. Okay, and these are like, okay. Who was on this? What the fuck? Where'd that go? Okay, let's take a look here. Okay, I don't know who that is, but those two are around my thing. My way of thinking. Okay. Alright, well that's cool. Now, the Chud Woke test. So much talking. Chud Woke test. Okay, a tongue. Oh, fuck. Okay. A tongue-in-cheek exploration of where you fall on the spectrum between unapologetically reactionary chud or deeply progressive woke. This quiz isn't about right or wrong. It's probably okay. All right. Let's go ahead and start. The family is the most important unit in society. I fully agree. Border and nation states should be abolished. Absolutely not. If you live in a nation, you should be able to be protected by who you let into your country and where your country stands on a geopolitical scale. Within my political movement, company, or social group, we should elevate voices from minority identity groups. I feel like we should just elevate voices from any group. So I would like partially disagree with that. No one is illegal on stolen land. I very much disagree with that, because here's the thing: people always say this. Oh, the America is stolen land. America is stolen land. Except the fact that the Mexicans, if we're putting it by perspective as well, they're also on stolen land. And even then, the Native Americans themselves were also on stolen land, because when you go to war, you technically steal land from the other. So Native Americans kept stealing land from each other over and over and over and over again. So no one's so this isn't really stolen land. It's conquered land, and conquered land is different, because you got that by conquering it. Because we can take the same values and put them into Europe. Are we gonna say that fucking Poland stole Germany's land after World War II? Or after World War II, are we gonna say that Ukraine stole the Soviet Union's land after they dissolved? Are we really gonna say that? No, it's dumb. It is acceptable to make fun of someone based on their identity. Yeah, you can make fun of people. Telling someone to kill themselves crosses a line. Depends on the context, but generally... Wait, did I kick my... Yeah, it depends on the context, but generally, yeah. Transgender people are the gender they say they are. No. Because they are mentally deluded into thinking that they are a gender which they are not. I'm non-binary. Whatever you think of him, Donald Trump should be recognized as a funny man. Yeah, he says some corny shit, he says some funny shit, but at the end of the day, he's generally funny. To eat meat is morally wrong. If we never ate meat, then we wouldn't be humans. We wouldn't have the brains that we have today. The death penalty should exist for certain crimes. I absolutely agree. I read contemporary philosophers. I barely read in general. But I mean, if I did, then yeah. I'm not a woman. I like anime. Duh, nigga. I love Dragon Ball. Love One Punch Man. Not the recent season though. Love JoJo Bizarre Adventure. Love Bleach. Like, what's there not to like about anime? If entertainment media or commercials have a certain identity makeup, whether it be a lack of diversity or forced diversity, that upsets me. See, I don't care whether something lacks diversity. I do care if something is forced to be diverse, like with the upcoming Odyssey movie. Why are you putting black people in a movie about the Odyssey? Why is Zendaya in a movie about the Odyssey? Why are non-Greeks in a movie about the Odyssey? That's forced diversity, okay? Why is a black woman playing Helen of Troy when she is canonically white and possibly a real person? You are blackwashing a real person if she was actually existed in real life. Same for Odysseus. So, I don't care about the lack of diversity, but forced diversity, yeah. My hair is not dyed. I don't plan on dyeing my hair. I'm not out as gay or bi or trans or whatever. Many of the colonized benefited from colonialism. It's a midway between yes and no, because there are a lot of countries that did not benefit from colonialism, like any African nation that's in civil war right now. I feel like colonialism, while it did give things from Western society into the societies that were colonized, overall, I feel like colonization was a little bit of a double-edged sword, because many borders were drew up with no regard for whether people were in a certain culture group or not, spoke the same language or not. But in general, if you look at places like Asia, not Asia. If you look at if you look at places like Hong Kong, if you look at places like Australia, New Zealand, Indonesia, look at places like what's a good African nation? Kuwait. Look at places like fuck, what's that one nation? The QAR, I think. Was it Qatar? Yeah, Qatar. If you look at places like Qatar, Bahrain, like if you look at places like that, then yeah, I would say they benefited from colonialism. Canada benefited from colonialism. Mexico, they have their own internal problems, but in general, they benefited from colonialism. If they could just deal out their cartel problem, then they'll be good. Identities groups such as race, gender, and disability are more significant divisions than economic class. See, race, gender, there's a big divide on race and gender right now that's being pushed by media. At first, it was the more significant divide was of the economic class, but now people are just suddenly getting shoved that race, black versus white, white versus everybody, male versus female are being pushed a whole lot more. So I feel like in this current time period, yeah, race and gender are more of a significant division than economic class, but economic class is still important because if you didn't have the divisions within the economic class, then you wouldn't necessarily have such bad divisions on race and gender. But then again, people would still push the racial division even if the economic class was of the same standard between races. So I would keep that at the middle. I propose no, I do not. I do not care about pronouns. Not a woman. It is the state's right to enforce unity of culture and language. States right to enforce unity of culture. Okay. I feel like it's the state right to be able to enforce the integration of culture and language properly. But sometimes you can't be unified with another culture or language. I'm gonna do it at halfway agree. A strong hierarchy is desirable in society. Yeah, because a strong hierarchy is how people desire to be better. It's why so many people want to be rich, but they end up doing it. They're doing quick get rich quick schemes, or having so much money that they live life too fast and end up dying young. So yeah, but having a strong hierarchy is valuable and desirable in society because it pushes people to leave a bad spot in the social system to go to a good spot. We shouldn't expose people to gay or transgender people until they're older. No, I'm all for letting children see gay people, letting children see transgender people because it's the real world. Like they're gonna see that anyway. What I'm not for is forcing children to adhere and learn the agenda of being gay or trans. I don't like forcing agendas upon children, but letting kids be exposed to people who are gay and transgender, that's perfectly fine because they're gonna see that anyway in society. But making them have to be exposed to the agenda is where I draw the line. I mean, what the fuck does this question matter? I shave size. I mean, I got a do-rag on, short to medium top. I mean, I got waves, so I guess. I have compared real-life political events to mainstream entertainment. I haven't personally done that, but mainstream entertainment does take political events and transform them into their own thing. I'm fine with police and government forces using violence against unarmed civilians. See, it's doing a specific wording here because unarmed civilians don't always mean that they are peaceful civilians. If it was peaceful civilians, then I would disagree. But an unarmed civilian can still be violent, still cause a riot, and still be unorderly. Yeah. Just because you are unarmed does not mean you are peaceful. So I would say yeah. We should end programs that support gender diversity and inclusion. Absolutely. Because it would suck for me to knowing that I got my job because my race was different than another. Or that my gender was different than another. Or that I got a job because I fit a certain criteria that wasn't based on my skill, but rather than my birth and who I was born as. The fact that I am black should not have to put me in another standard of getting higher than someone who was born white or born Asian or born interracial. We should end programs that put up other races over others, because that's basically what DEI does. It puts races over others in the name of correcting past mistakes, when it's not really doing that. It's just making racism acceptable in certain criterias. People should be treated equally regardless of race. Yeah. How much domestic bailiff? I mean, shit, nigga. I would do whatever I need to do to pull my weight around in the household. So half or more. Like if my future wife with our future kids wants me to pull around my weight on the house, then I'll do it. Whether it be I'm a job, or whether it be I have a job, or I'm a house husband, it doesn't matter. I'll pull around my weight, because a relationship or a marriage is 50-50. Well, not 50-50, but 100-100. You contribute 100% to the household. The other partner contributes 100% of the household. And that's honestly why a lot of relationships fail. Because one, they're not good in general. And two, they don't contribute what they need to the relationship. They're either contributing half or they're contributing nothing. They're not going all in. And in a relationship, you should go all in. Abortion should be legal in all circumstances. Yeah. It is acceptable to make fun of generalized groups. Yeah. Parents should hold absolute power over their children as they are older and more experienced. Absolute power. No, they shouldn't be able to hold absolute power. How many genders are there? Only 2, male and female. Men only. I have one genuine true friend in real life that's a woman. I don't know if I would consider the other one a woman, though. Not a woman. I wouldn't know if I consider the other one a friend, because she's more like a sister to me. So only really one woman friend in my real life. Online harassment or cancelization is a serious issue. I partially agree with that. Because you can get harassed or canceled for anything. Actually, I strongly agree with that. You can get harassed and canceled for anything. It can be the most bare bones of an opinion, and people would dogpile on you. It doesn't even have to be political. It can just be that you disagreed with somebody or something, as small as fucking Legos, and they will cancel you over it. I am attending or have attended. I plan to attend a university. Not necessarily a prestigious school, but a university. Animals deserve certain universal rights. So last I checked, animals are not people. Now I do want to emphasize that you can kill for animals. Like, there should be animal rights. Like, you shouldn't be able to just go up in the middle of a street to a stray dog and just beat the shit out of him. Like, no. But certain universal rights, like, no. I followed the health advice and masking recommendations during COVID. I mean, yeah, I had to go to school. I had to do that. Had to get vaccinated. I turned out okay. It is immoral for a country to invade and or claim another land for resources. Nigga, every country does that. Now, can it be immoral? Yeah, but sometimes it's necessary. There are words or phrases that people should be socially punished for using. Yeah. I strongly celebrate or support Pride Month. I don't celebrate it, and I don't support it. Now that don't mean I don't accept people who are gay, lesbian, trans, or whatever. I just don't support it. Like I'm not a supporter of it. Like why should I support something that I'm not a part of? Like you live your life, I live my life. If you're not affecting me, why should I care? So yeah, so I don't support or not. I don't support it, but I also like don't care about it. Like, cause like that's what I mean by like not support. Like if you're thinking that like, oh, I hate gays, like no, I'm not saying that. I just don't care enough to support it. Like live your own life, my nigga, but like don't mess with me. I strongly support doing land enlargements. No, shit, no. The family should be abolished. No, family is like one of the most important things a human can have. I like offending people and intentionally saying provocative things. It depends. It depends on the circumstance, but yeah, I am actively religious. I lean more towards agnostic. I gotta make sure I'm using agnostic in the right definition. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I am using it in the right definition. Because I was atheist, like I was like fully atheist at first, but like as I mature, it's like maybe not. But it always goes to me. If you want there to be a God, you have to first prove that God to me, that God actually exists, using evidence outside of your holy text. Because many times the holy text itself contradicts itself. So I'm not gonna take that as an example for your God being real if it can't even get its own shit together. Gender is a social construct, not a natural state of affairs. I'm gonna stay in the middle. I'm not too educated on gender being a social construct or not to accurately say something about it. Race is our scientific reality. Yep, race does not exist. Sorry, race does not exist. It was just something made up by scientists. Neopronoun, yeah. Male, female. That's it. Male and female. Xenogender, neopronouns, like, nigga, I'm gonna be honest, it doesn't make sense to me if you make up your own pronoun. Like, what you doing that for? Like, just use the standard. Well, why should I call you something that I never even fucking heard of before? Not a woman. I support reparations for slavery and or colonialism. I do not support reparations at all. Because why the fuck should I pay for something that my ancestors done in the past? And it's like, buddy, you're black. Why are you saying that? Like, nigga, you do know Africans enslaved and sold each other very much more than we actually realize. Like, African kingdoms were very supportive of the slave trade, the triangular trade and the Muslim slave trade. How the fuck do you think many kingdoms got so rich? How do you think Mansa Musa got so rich besides being on a literal gold mine in Mali? That's how, selling slaves. So I'm not gonna do reparations because fucking nigga, nobody's a good guy in history. Everybody is a bad guy. Everybody has done slavery in the past. No nation is free of it. No society is free of it. Everybody has colonized in the past. African kingdoms, Asian kingdoms, European kingdoms, it doesn't matter. They all have enslaved and colonized one another. There is a racial inequality in society that disadvantages certain groups and we should address it. I agree. Countries such as the US and Australia should be given a portion of land, particularly important sites. No. If the indigenous people now can just live in the land, like Why the fuck should we give it back to you when you can just come and live in it? Fundamentally, our society is sexist, patriarchal, and this is a bad thing. No, our society, although is patriarchal, has done a lot of good for the sexes. Like, since our society was patriarchal, who the fuck do you think gave women the right to vote in the first place? It was the men. Who do you think gave them the right to hold jobs, or even back in the Roman Empire to hold positions of power in society, be influential in society? It was men. Because men still value women and their ideas. So our society may be patriarchal, but it's overall the best part about it. It's how we have a lot of things. Oh shit, hold on. I gotta take my dog out. I'll be right real quick. Let me turn the music back up. Okay, and then I'll be right back. I'm back. I had to take my dog out, and also I warmed up some pancakes from yesterday. So you know how it is. I don't know what the fuck this is, but okay. Yes, I haven't ate all day, so I sort of started streaming without actually eating first. So you're gonna hear me smacking a little bit, but these are good smacks. Sure. Did we already do this one? Uh, yeah. I would say only make fun of someone if they're being a dick. That's what I would say. I think I haven't ate, and it's giving me a headache. Fuck. Okay. I respect people's neo-pronouns and xenogenders. No, I actually haven't came across someone who uses that, but shit, nigga, whatever I see is what you're getting called. Men should hold a position of power over women in society. Depends on the society. Depends on the society, but generally, sometimes. My country or people should apologize for the crimes and wrongdoing our ancestors have committed. No. You don't see the Japanese being apologetic over what they did in Nanking now, do you? No. But everybody gives them a pass and get barked on Germany. But sometimes the Japanese did even worse shit. People describe me as judgmental or abrasive. Well, I don't know. I don't know who people judge me as. Maybe abrasive? Maybe just meaning that I'm like rough. Oh, a harsh, grating, or irritating personality at least. Maybe more judgmental. Gender should be abolished. No. I think it's particularly offensive for people to say slurs. Depends on the slur and the context and what's actually happening and who is directed at. Deportation is legitimate even if no other yeah, absolutely, because if you're overstaying, that's still a crime. You're still taking away position. Hey Holly, please don't eat out my trash. Hey Holly, you guys want to see my dog? Where is she? I don't think they can see. Hold on. Come on, put it here. Under the fucking table. Don't step on my leg. There you are. She's out on the camera. Say hi to the camera, Holly. Hi to the camera. She is very, very clingy. You want to stay here and do the rest of the test with us? We got 8 more questions to go. I thought you whipped my pajamas for a second. Alright, okay, let's put the camera back up. Alright. Next question. Still licking on my hand. Oh, you leaving, Holly? You want me to move your bed in here? I'll move your bed in here. Oh. I'll be right back. Let me move my dog's bed in here. Alright. How are you gonna get on the bed? You gotta sit like that, Holly. Alright. Okay. Jeez, you're breathing well. You look at my leg too? Alright. I am waiting until marriage for sex. Personally, yes and no. I mean, if I have sex before marriage, then I have sex before marriage. My mic's too far away. Anyways, if I have sex before marriage, I have sex before marriage. Like I'm just in the middle. Homosexuality is against my values. No. We should keep all sovereignty at the national level, rather than granting powers to organizations like the EU or UN. Well, once again, it depends on the situation, because sometimes only stuff can be done by the EU or UN. So I'm gonna keep it in the middle. My my romantic partner is, well, I mean, if it's like saying romantic partner, like as if like boyfriend and girlfriend, like I don't have a partner in that sense, but as who I'm attracted to, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I am single. It's good when companies publicly support progressive social causes. No, because they're just doing it to signal, put an agenda out, and sell stuff. The presence of another culture is no threat to my own. Depends on on what the culture is, what the culture does, what the culture provides. Like if one of the main things of a culture is to fucking scam everybody, even though the culture that they're trying to integrate into doesn't scam everybody, then that culture's a threat. I prefer the suburbs. Not non-binary. And let's see what we got. Is Chud acts woke? Okay. So basically, I'm on the line between. We're not on the line. I'm nearly on the line of being Chud and acting Chud. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I agree with that. Man, I love pancakes. And then someone's gonna be like, "Oh boy, you hate waffles?" No. Okay. Well, that's my result. Honestly, if we're looking at the same way the political compass test, I'm right here and right here. Like, it's actually not that bad. Okay. That's the astrophysics thing. Okay. Now, one thing I've been meaning to do. We got a video to react to. See if I can find it. Going to mute this tab real quick. And then let me see if I can find this. Here we go. Papa Gut. I think I muted this tab, so. Okay. Here we go, Papa Gut. Now here's the thing with Papa Gut. Sometimes I can agree with him. Other times, he says the most stupid shit imaginable on earth. So, we're gonna take a look at this. I rarely do actual reaction videos, especially to people that I don't necessarily watch often. But because I practically have the same views as Asmund on this, well, I guess we'll see how it goes. Let me make sure that this is the right video though. Yep.
You know, I haven't played God of War since God of...
Okay. Yep. This is the right video. Okay. And we're just gonna get straight in this. Let me use the restroom real quick. Well, not restroom, the bathroom. And I'll be right back. Holly, stay good for me. Holly. I gotta use the bathroom, Holly. Get right there. Get right there. Get right there. Okay. Ugh. I'm finally back. Holly, can you please lay down in your bed? Holly, calm down. Alright. Let's do this. Let's watch some Papa Gut. Make sure the audio.
What the f is happening here? Why the f is this guy complaining if he hasn't played God?
No, I haven't played God of War since God of War 1.
What the f is happening here? Why the f is this guy complaining if he hasn't played God of War since 2006?
We will make the discourse so unpleasant and so toxic. There will be an environment where people are afraid to do this.
Is this guy seriously like monologuing right now? I'm gonna change gaming forever. Does he not realize he's acting like a Karen?
That game is not going to do well. You've lost the character. You already lost him after 2018 because he changed so much he wasn't Kratos anymore.
Damn.
True. What do you mean true? Oh no, they should just make another Kratos story.
Well, okay. So just out of the gate, I know, like just out of the gate, he's like rampaging through like what's coming up. But I agree with what the creator of God of War said, because in the beginning, in the original trilogy, Kratos was just a fully rage-induced character who cared for nothing but getting his revenge. In 2018, that changed and we lost that. Is my thing still streaming? Is it still streaming? Yeah, it is still streaming. Okay. Yeah. So in 2018, we lost that angered, induced rage that Kratos always had and was just constantly showing for a more reserved character who had matured past him killing all of the Greek gods. We see a more matured, a more older, and more reserved Kratos in 2018. So yeah, we did lose what the creative God. We did lose the identifiable rage-induced character that Kratos was always associated with. Now in 2018, Kratos still did have that rage, but it was much more hidden and much more reserved than what it was back when he was in Greek mythology.
David Jaffe's like, well, 2018 sucks, and he's like, yeah, true. He's just disagreeing to disagree. That's literally it.
All God of War players, also like the greater gaming audience, players would never vote for this decision.
I don't give a f about the wider audience. I care about the story of the game and the gameplay. After such a...
Well, dog, I agree. I care about the story of the game and the gameplay too. However, I also care about the audience, the main audience that God of War has built up. The main audience that, the main fan base of the game. And so when you have a game that actually gives you something different than what we wanted or what we were known for, what we were used to, then of course people aren't going to like it. That's why people don't like La Fey. They don't like the game because one, it's just way too different than what we knew, and it shoos away the main the main dude of God of War in the first place. It was like when people were saying if Atreus had his own game called God of War Atreus, it wouldn't do as well because Atreus is not associated with God of War like how Kratos is. That's why people don't like the La Fey trailer. Well, one of the reasons.
Beautiful story. What else could we really get?
It was terrible.
Kratos. That's what we want. We want Kratos in the story.
I don't think it looks bad.
So you already saw her wake up, by your logic, look ugly. Somebody in the chat says it looks terrible, and you say you don't think it looks too bad. Not even a criticism of this weird Disney fucking freak character.
Okay, let's...
Hey, what did I say yesterday? I posted a video about God of War. God of War Laufey is the best direction the franchise can go.
Which is not. You should not... God of War Lafay is not the best direction the God of War franchise could go. Because Lafay is not that good of a character to push the story with. Her story was done by Ragnarok. And it was, and I'm pretty sure, no, actually, it was really done by 2018. By the end of 2018, because we fulfilled her wish. Like, sure, Lafay sent us on the journey to spread her ashes in Jotunheim. However, that was really it. That was all to her character. That was the main motivation for Kratos. And sure, while Lafay, the bag Lafay had her ashes in, and while she does appear sometimes, like in like 2 cutscenes in the entire game of Ragnarok, she really wasn't that important. What was important was Ragnarok. She got a whole game dedicated to her story and some extra tidbits here in Ragnarok about her past. But other than that, she really was not the main focus. Even in 2018, she really wasn't the main focus. The main focus was the other Norse characters and progressing through the 9 realms with Atreus and Kratos. Sure, the main goal of the characters was to spread Lafay's ashes, but other than that, other than the main goal that drove them behind doing what they had to do in 2018, nothing else really came from Lafay. So people don't also like her because she's basically an unestablished character with very little dialogue. This would be the same as if, let's say, Mario. Okay, you played a Mario game and it was called Super Mario. But instead of playing as Mario, you play as a fucking Goomba. The most common enemy has been in every Mario game, but it's called Super Mario, and you play as a Goomba. What the fuck? Super Mario Goomba. That's why people don't like it, because it's subverting expectations. No one wanted Lafay. I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't want Lafay. I didn't even think Lafay would be in any game other than Ragnarok in 2018, because her story had been completed by that point. She wasn't really that much of a pivotal character as she was when she really wasn't that much of a pivotal character at all, besides being dead to transfer Kratos and Atreus onto their journey. So nobody expected that. Nobody wanted that. At most, they wanted another Kratos game in Egypt. That's what a lot of people were going for, in Egypt. But people also, if we weren't going to get another Kratos game, we would have at least expected to get an Atreus game, since, you know, he is his son. And it'd be like, I'm gonna get to this because I just love to yap. We gotta continue. But I was gonna say, like, if the creators wanted Lafay to be in a game so bad, why not do it in a Atreus game where when he's older, like maybe a young adult, and he actually goes around the Norse realms and finds out more about his mother's past? What if there was like some sort of rune or something that opened and he could see like glimpses of Lafay's battles and Lafay's future? That would have been cool. But we got a whole game to a character that only really drove the previous storyline by being dead and not even having really many lines of dialogue in the first place. Sure, she is important to Kratos and Atreus, but other than that, in the overall story, she's really not that important.
Which I believe in. I put it out there. It's mostly, reacts to the thing here. There is some thirst trapping in the video.
What the fuck? Hey, get that shit off my screen, my nigga. Just stop the fucking video.
Kind of a weird reactionary grifter that doesn't actually care about God of War cry about God of War, and Asmongold won the lottery, so we're gonna take a look at that.
Okay.
So let's just see Asmongold have a crybaby fest about them doing a natural next step in the
Once again, Lafay was not a natural next step. It wasn't even an expected step. The natural next step was Atreus. That was the natural next step. this isn't the natural next step.
Series, which I'll talk more about later. Anyway, you guys know the drill. Small guy, $2 a month, access to the VODs.
I don't give a shit. Just
right,
react to the fucking video.
Anyway, let's go. Let's fart.
This God of War thing, people have been.
Whoa,
I mean,
look, people are using AI to be edgy memers.
Laundry, the rinse and repeat epic. Like, I mean, this is really well, I think there's a couple more of these, right? And yeah, here it is.
Is home.
Oh,
man.
Okay,
dude,
this was
funny.
this one was actually fucking funny.
Comes home.
Okay, so hold on. So just so no one's getting confused, I'm not playing anything except for his video. The gameplay is of God of War 3. Gut is playing that. This is Asmon's video up at the top. You see his webcam right here. So this is like, just so nobody's confused, okay? I'm the only one playing the video. In fact, I'm gonna put my webcam.
It's just not even fun.
Shit. I'm gonna put my webcam down here, so I'm not covering up anything. Okay. So this is his video. We're watching this, and then this is Asmon's video up here.
Like, it's just like, oh, okay, women do be in the kitchen. Okay, it's not very original.
It's satire. It's supposed to be satire. It's making fun of the fact that basically a non-important character after 2018 is getting her own game. Like, this would be the same as if Demos got his own game. And even then, it would make more sense for Demos to get his own game, because it would be more interesting. Seeing the brother of Kratos once again after, what, God of War... What was the game he first appeared in? God of War fucking... When did Demos appear in... Ghost of Sparta. Yeah, God of War Ghost of Sparta. That would have been a much more interesting character. But people are making fun because La Fey, out of everybody in the main cast, got a fucking game.
It's so fucking funny, man.
It's not funny.
It is pretty funny.
Like, I'm not offended, but you guys are so boring. Somebody went in and did AI to make a joke about a girl sweeping. Meanwhile, let me get my mic up here. It's because she doesn't deserve it. If I had a soundboard, then I'll be playing sound effects on it. But it's because she doesn't deserve a game. That's why. Asmongold sweeps for fucking pedophilia and rapists. You got...
What the fuck? What? Yo, where the fuck did that come from? What's my dog doing? Holly, be quiet. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. No, stay. Sit in your bed. Sit in your bed. Come on. Sit in your bed. Sit. Go and lay down, Holly. You can lay down. Alright, but back to this. Where the hell did that come from? This nigga just brought up rapists and pedophilia out of fucking nowhere. Not even to make a point, just to say it.
But you guys are so boring. Somebody went in and did AI to make a joke about a girl sweeping. Meanwhile, Asmongold sweeps for fucking pedophilia and rapists.
When does he do that? Dead ass. Like I've been a fan of Asman for a good year, 2 years now. When has he ever swept for pedophilia and racist? I'm pretty sure. If I asked Papa Gut right now to to show me proof where he swept for pedophilia and for pedophiles and racists, he wouldn't be able to give me one. Cause it's just a baseless accusation. It's just an accusation, a baseless accusation, and that's all and that's all it is. Cause he doesn't have an argument. It's just an accusation.
You guys remember the whole thing? I covered a whole video on it. Asmongold sweeps for Trump being a pedophile rapist. Yeah,
Nigga. That's so fucking stupid, bro. That's so fucking stupid. If you even ever read the consensus on the Epstein files, because I'm guessing that's what he talked about, there's really little evidence of Trump even doing pedophilic activities besides some possibly blowing fucking Bill Clinton. Besides that, there's really no thing of pedophilic activities that Trump did. So you just never even read the fucking Epstein files. The released files, matter of fact. What the fuck?
Like, he does like a whole bit where he talks about how like we're not going to get any Epstein stuff, makes no reference to Trump, doesn't really care that we're not.
Because I'm pretty sure, was that 2 weeks ago? When was this video made? 3 days ago. At that time, we had like did we have like thousands of files released and leaked? And even then, at the time, it's like still people didn't really get much out of the files. So it made sense for Asman to say that, because nobody really got what they wanted out of the files besides finding out that fucking Epstein ate children. Like,
Gonna actually see the light, doesn't understand or refuses to acknowledge Trump is the one that's suppressing the information because he was best friends with Epstein, you know.
dog, oh my goodness, I can't believe I actually have to unironically defend Trump, but no, he and Epstein and Trump had a big falling out. I'm pretty sure it wasn't like after the restaurant, after like they went to a restaurant and Epstein tried to hit on a young waitress. And they had a fallout over that. Like, they were not best friends. They were not friends in general after like a fucking few months. I can't believe I actually have to defend Trump over the Epstein files. It's absolutely insane.
Doesn't understand or refuses to acknowledge Trump is the one that's suppressing the information because he was best friends.
And also, it's not just Trump suppressing the Epstein files. I don't know who's suppressing them, but goddamn, a whole lot of Congress people also did suppress the Epstein files release. Nancy Pelosi, however you say her name, she suppressed the Epstein files release. I'm pretty sure at that time Trump wasn't even suppressing them. So he's just wrong on that front.
Epstein, you know, and even though he ran on
How long is it?
like we're talking
2 fucking hours.
I don't understand who's the real sweeper here, boss.
You nigga.
I don't know.
I'm sorry, but like there's some people getting mad about this. I think this is hilarious. Dan's Gaming purposely misunderstanding. That was very cringe. I like Dan's Gaming, but like it's so cringe. Because like, so he did the thing. I can't believe.
So you see how he's saying things like so cringe true. It's because he doesn't have an actual argument to give Asman. He doesn't have a rebuttal. He's just saying stuff because he's trying to mock him. Basically, he's trying to mock him, because when you don't have an argument, you try to mock.
there are people still afraid to play as a woman in a video game.
Whoa.
Which is like, I mean, everybody.
There's literally no other like meaningful argument against Laufey being in the game.
The fact that she was basically a secondary background character, the fact that she has very little screen time, very little dialogue, the fact that she has little reason to even have a game, the fact her story was finished after God of War Ragnarok, or at least God of War 2018, because we only got little snippets, the fact that most of Ragnarok wasn't even about her, the fact that Kratos has found that he's the god of peace, the fact that Atreus is now on his own, the fact that like we can keep going, the fact that Jotunheim is now safe, like there's a lot of reasons to why
people didn't want Lafay to have a game. It's because she didn't need a game. She does not need a game. That's why. Atreus deserved a game more than Lafay did.
Kratos' story is over for now. There's nothing else that they could tell that would be good and poetically fit in without damaging the character.
Bro, do you not know that the God of War comics exist? They could have made a game based on the God of War comics where he was in Egypt. Wouldn't that not be like I'm gonna be honest? Has no one been known about the God of War comics for a good minute? Like, it takes place in Egypt after God of War 3. So like, it would be cool to have a game in Egypt. Like, we can go back to the past, or we can go back to Egypt. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, there's still more to tell.
These are the same people,
and that's without damaging Kratos' character, because he can return back to the rageful dude that he was. Even though in the comics he was trying to like mature past that when he was in Egypt, but it's not going to damage the character if it's in the past.
Asmongold that would be complaining if they made another senseless sequel. These are the same guys that get frustrated when they're like, "What, Call of Duty 45? Give us something."
It's because
new. Kratos' story.
It's because that point is because Call of Duty has been recycled over and over and over again. Call of Duty is practically a franchise running on fumes by this point. It is unoriginal, it is unplayable, it is boring, the storyline is generic as hell, it is nothing but just a cash crop that is failing over and over and over again. The recent one, Black Ops 7, it wasn't as profitable as predicted to be. And that's because COD is a falling franchise. That's why. You stretching, Holly? That's why. God of War is not a franchise that is falling off. It is still very much alive.
Story right now is done. It's over with. There's nothing. Give us something new. Kratos' story right now is done. It's over with. There's nothing really else to tell.
I mean, like I said before, the comics when he was in Egypt, I feel like that's a pretty good story to tell. Hell, you could do another one when he was a little kid. Maybe when he was still in Greece with his wife Lysandra and Calliope, back before he killed them all. We could play a game where Kratos was a warrior in Sparta, and he was leading his armies through against barbarians. But even if you don't want to do that, the logical option was Atreus. You follow the story of the son. And the fact that they didn't do that is why people are so mad.
He's gone through both of his arcs. His original arc where he's basically an angsty teenager, which is cool because I identified with that when I was younger. Big boobs and shit and violence and blood. I'm playing God of War 3 right now.
I mean, he was a little more than just a one-dimensional angry character. He was actually pretty complex. There's a lot of times where he felt emotion. He was saddened. He was resentful. He was sorrowful. He was regretful. There was a lot of times where he did more than just expressed emotion. That was rage.
It's a cool game, gameplay wise, probably the best of the original series. Let's be real. But
I mean, yeah, gameplay wise, sure. But if we're talking about costumes, then I would take God of War 2. I can't get past the God of War 2 God armor. Like they should have imported that to God of War 3.
There's only so much that you can really do with it. And then you got like a really good, story of maturation where he becomes a father and he tries to, limit his anger and teach his son based on his reckless past. And like, there's a lot of productive shit. But what else
that was
can you
what 2018 was
if
about.
anything, I would have said move on to Atreus, right? It's not to move on to Atreus.
That's what I'm saying. And the fact that they didn't do that is stupid.
Make him an adult, give him mommy's axe, but make him split into multiple axes so he can fucking throw him. That'd be sick. They can come back to him, fuck the bow. It's just cringe.
Okay, maybe not the multiple axes part, though, because no. When it comes to me, like with mythology, if you're going to make an adaptation, that's totally cool. Do that. But I personally like it when they stick more to the original mythology than just completely changing stuff. Like, In my personal opinion, the Leviathan axe really shouldn't exist. I feel like they could probably have made a Jotun weapon that was more in tune with Norse mythology than a fucking axe named the Leviathan axe, which is a name that comes from the Leviathan, which is from Christian mythology. Well, Christian and Jewish mythology, but either way, maybe.
Make the prequel, or not the prequel. Make the remakes. I've said this before, but make the remakes. Make it so that he has to, make an emotional journey. Do a little bit more than just like, oh, we remade the old games to make them, update a little better. Do some dope ass shit where Kratos has to choose whether he wants to change the past and save his daughter, or keep the past the same, so he can meet his son.
I mean, while that is a cool idea, it wouldn't necessarily be worth doing, because we technically already got that when Kratos had the opportunity to save Calliope in the Elysian Fields, but he didn't do that in order to save the world from fucking Persephone. So we did kind of get that, but it was just different because it wasn't like the past and the present. Like that was just weird. But otherwise, no.
But like, what else is there to fucking tell, dude? And they decided to go in this direction. As long as the story's good, I don't give a fuck. They're trying to expand the universe. Everybody does this.
Yeah, except it's one thing to expand the universe on an already plotted down character with a whole lot of dialogue and a whole lot of screen time, and it's another to just give another game to a character that barely had any screen time, barely had any dialogue, barely had any movement on the story besides 2018, and even then it was very minimal movement because it just gave the characters their main goal. It didn't really drive anything else between them meeting all the other characters of the cast, going through the battles, all of that. The main goal was just to get to the highest point in all the realms. That was it. But other than that, there's really nothing else to La Fey.
Like Marvel does it. Everybody does this. Who cares? Nobody's actually upset.
I am, and besides, Marvel's falling off. It's way falling off. Marvel and DC, comics and shows just continue doing shit that has no reason to be done. They keep changing. They change backstories. They make new universes when there's no need for them to be. They just change characters. They character assassinate all the time. Just take a look at Harley Quinn. They're trying to make her into a hero, or at least an anti-hero, when she was always and was supposed to be a villain. She was supposed to be irredeemable, and now look at her. She's much less than she originally was. She's not the character she once was. And you can have characters mature, sure, but changing characters and try to make us think that they want something when they were, that's the issue.
It makes sense to do it this way. I don't want to see another fucking game where you play as Kratos for no fucking reason. It's boring.
He's the main dude. He's the face of the franchise. That's like, okay, that's like saying if they made a trilogy out of GTA San Andreas, that doesn't make sense, right? Because every GTA game has a different protagonist. But let's just say they made a trilogy out of GTA San Andreas. It goes through his story, right? And then all of a sudden, it's just like, man, even though CJ is the face of the San Andreas timeline, I just don't want to see him anymore. Like, I feel like he's just a redundant character now. He's just not necessary for the story. And while you can say that, because over time, sure, some characters do get tiring, he's still what San Andreas is. When people think of him, they think of San Andreas. It would be like if we just shoved Goku out the way for fucking Krillin. And I know they tried to do that with Gohan, but it just didn't work out. Sometimes you just cannot replace the face of the franchise on a game. How weird would it be if Bandai Namco made a... Actually, no, not Bandai Namco. If fucking Toyotaro made a manga about Dragon Ball, and like a fully fledged manga with chapters and everything, and Goku or Vegeta never appears in it at all. That would be a little weird, right? It would be a little disconcerting. Now, it would be a whole lot of character development for other characters, but it would be very, 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 very weird to not see Goku or Vegeta, two faces of Dragon Ball, in a Dragon Ball comic.
He knows this isn't true. Like, why are you even talking like this? Why would you even say this? It's just so stupid. So I replied, I said, intentional misunderstanding. No one is afraid to play as a girl. You know this. Why would you even say that? And so I think this is the perfect meme for the God of War situation. Blue is an awesome game. I wish they made a movie out of it, or in this case, a sequel.
Well, they've made enough sequels. There's nothing else to tell.
Coming out soon.
There's still a lot to tell. You can make a fucking prequel.
Blue, the movie. Blue, Big Screen Pictures presents Blue.
But this is not the same, because in this instance, this person's in the movie theaters and they're seeing something that they didn't sign up for.
But we also didn't sign up for or expect La Fei to be anything else other than a background character. That's no. This actually pretty accurately represents how everybody is feeling about this game. Nobody expected or wanted La Fei to even be anything more than a background character. Like, sure, she was interesting, but other than that, there was really nothing else to her. There was no reason to continue telling a story about her. It made more sense to tell a story about Atreus, not Faye.
They already announced that they're going to do a God of War, they redo the original series. So this...
Yeah, and it would have made a whole lot more sense to focus on Atreus. Because while we're getting a rehashing of Kratos' story, we would be able to proceed forward and see the son's story, the story of Atreus, when he's probably an adult. Like, what sense does it make when you complete the story of the mother, complete the story of the father, and now have the story of the child right in front of you, but instead of going to the child, you go back to the mother? It makes no sense. Why do it? It makes absolutely no sense.
This isn't applicable in any meaningful capacity or similar at all.
It is.
You're talking about.
It is very, very.
And again,
it is very, very applicable. The fact that you can't see why this is why this is applicable. I don't know why you're saying it like that. Applicable. Who says applicable like that? Why this isn't applicable to the conversation at hand is just why I'm disagreeing with you. Because if you can't see why people don't want a game with a character whose story has finished, aka La Fei, and we expected a game about Atreus at least, then yeah, of course people are going to get mad, and this accurately represents it.
There's no story to tell with Kratos. That's it. We've already done everything.
I think that's exactly what's happened.
Now, I know you keep saying, oh, there's no story to tell with Kratos, and I just explained it. Like, you have the Egyptian, the comics in Egypt. Hell, if you want to keep a Norse myth, you could go when he first came to Norse mythology, to Scandinavia. You could keep it that, but they don't. They didn't do anything else with Kratos, even though there's a whole bunch of gaps in his story to tell. They just went straight for La Fei, who doesn't need a story because she had her story already done. Her run was finished. 2018 and Ragnarok was her story, and yet they're still trying to do something with her when it's unneeded. Checking on my dog.
It's literally not exactly what's happened in any capacity.
It is.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
It's because you don't fucking understand. It's because you don't understand.
This is exactly what it's been. And
Really?
It's not about... The thing is, if they had Tomb Raider and it wasn't Lara Croft, I think people would think it was weird. So...
Maybe, but I don't know the Tomb Raider games. I don't know if the stories are anywhere near the same.
I only played a little bit of Tomb Raider, but even then, like, you can obviously say that if you don't have Lara Croft in a Tomb Raider game, when she's the face of the franchise, then yeah, it would be weird, because that's what's happening to this game. You're taking Kratos out of his franchise for a character that does not need a game.
what's the point? Doesn't Tomb Raider like spiritually redo itself every once in a while? Isn't that the more recent Tomb Raider? Like, what else could they really do?
Oh, like God of War is centered around Kratos. It's always been centered around Kratos. So whenever you switch it to like a character that, I mean, I think if you were to poll God of War players, like everybody, and also like the greater gaming audience, like
God of War players and the greater gaming audience is not the same thing. I'm a God of War player. I play God of War religiously. I play like all of them on the hardest difficulty. I love this game. It's such a great series. Okay. Oh, what if you polled the wider audience? I don't give a fuck about the wider audience. I care.
Well, I mean, I do. I do. I care about the audience who knows about this game, who knows about the God of War franchise, who may not be fans of the franchise, like diehard fans, but do tune in. Like, that's the wider audience, is people who know about the game, who can play the game, but not be avid fans of it. They still can enjoy the game, because that's the wider audience. Because God of War may not be for everyone, but you still can enjoy it.
About the story of the game and the gameplay, and they've done a good job with their story and not tarnishing it, and the gameplay. That's all I care about.
Well, I mean, sure, I care about those things too, but I also care about how the audience, the fan base, and the wider fan base who doesn't play the game like religiously, because I'm part of that wider fan base who does not play God of War religiously. Like, I've played the first trilogy. I tried to play the secondary games. I couldn't do it. I was burnt out, but I finished 2018 and I 100% at Ragnarok. But I don't play the game religiously. So I'm part of that wider audience that doesn't play God of War religiously. Yet I can understand what Asmon is saying here. Is that we don't want a game like La Fey.
Done a good job with their story and not tarnishing it, and the gameplay. That's all I care about. We're getting a new character that's been established, and it looks like an interesting story with some good gameplay. I don't need.
Yeah, a character that's been established in her stories has already been told. her story's already been told. Her character's established. She had some influence. She had influence in the story. That's cool. Now, leave that and go to Atreus. That's the most logical option. Yet they didn't do that.
To play as Kratos and blink as Kratos for fucking 20 fucking years, dude. What other story could there be after such a beautiful story? What else could we really get?
Any gaps in the timeline? I mean, I already said it. I can't. I gotta stop pausing because this is a 2 hour long video. But just any gaps in Kratos' timeline, like, that's it.
Like, what are we gonna get? Some gay fucking shitty story with Kratos? Oh, look, Kratos goes to a new pantheon. He goes to a new god play.
Well, he canonically did. Egypt.
You know, like, unless what you're saying is that you wanted Kratos to die in Ragnarok and then him to be the one that's going into this whole fucking world. But I mean, it could probably be cool if they have, like, you know, his ex-wife, his dead wife, go and do this whole game, and then maybe they can kill Kratos and have him go to this magical godland or something. I don't.
No, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work because people. La Fey's story wasn't necessary. The La Fey game was not necessary. It wasn't necessary to progress anything in the plot after 2018 and after Ragnarok. It made more sense for Atreus as an adult to have a game and we find out more stuff about La Fey. Hell, since I know the God of War franchise likes to not exactly, you know, be like strictly accurate to the myths, in Norse mythology, Loki is Hel's father, like Helheim's father, the personification of Helheim. So, if possible, Loki or Atreus could go down to Hel down to Helheim and actually find out more about his mother post-death. That could have been something that they could have done. And it would have made a whole lot more sense than giving an entire game strictly to La Fey when there was no reason for it.
No? I'm fine with not doing more Kratos. It is okay as long as the game is okay. I'm fine.
I'm fine with not doing more with no longer doing more Kratos as well, sure, but the other gameplay sections have to be fun. Like, for example, in Ragnarok, Atreus' sections were really drawn out and frankly pretty boring and not that exciting to me unless we were like with Thor and maybe the bar fight. But other than that, it was just a whole lot of time for storytelling. And while storytelling is very important to God of War, especially after 2018, well, in 2018 and after 2018, still I want another section to be fun, and Atreus just wasn't fun.
With the direction, it makes sense. We've told the story of Kratos so many times, and they tied it off with such a perfect bow. They tied it off with like a perfect bow. What else do we really need with this guy's story?
Who would you want to play as in the new God of War game? The ratings would probably go Kratos, Atreus, and then probably a third character that we're not even thinking of, right? And then Laufey would probably be like number 7.
Who cares? You could also this is one of the things too, and this is like,
Fuck you mean who cares? The audience cares. The fan base cares. The fan base expected Atreus. Hell, people were probably expecting Thor. I bet some were expecting Deimos of all people. And yet we got Faye? Like, what?
this is why Asmongold's not like a real gamer. Like, he's not even very good at games. It's
Okay, I hate this argument that you're not a real gamer if you are terrible at games. I am shitty at a lot of games. A lot of games. Marvel Rival is an example of that. However, that doesn't mean that I'm not a fucking gamer. I play games constantly. And that's who a gamer is. A gamer doesn't register, is not how good you are at a game. It is how much you play games. And Asmon is absolutely a gamer in that aspect because he plays tons of games. I play tons of games. I'm pretty sure Gut plays tons of games. So we're all gamers here, and I hate the argument that you're not a gamer if you are not good at a game. Because that's just idiotic to me.
It's like, I appreciate when some kind of an infrastructure, when they take a risk. They're taking a risk. They're trying something different. They're doing something different. Yeah, Sons of Sparta.
An unnecessary risk. A very unnecessary risk. Would it be a risk to maybe do something with Atreus? Absolutely, yeah. Because he's still not Kratos, and people want to see Kratos. But it would be a more sensible risk to do so because it is Atreus. Because he has screen time. Because he had dialogue. Because he had a build-up that we were able to have, to accept, and to be able to get to know his character. We don't really know Faye's character. We know she was Loki's mother. We know she was Kratos' husband. We know she was a caring and kind person who was also a badass warrior. We know that. She went toe-to-toe with Thor. We know that. But there's no need for her to have a game because it's unnecessary. She already went through her entire story. She was already told. So why give her a game in the afterlife when it was no longer needed?
It was mid as fuck. Yeah, right. We got more Kratos and Sons of Sparta. That sucked ass.
Sons of Sparta was cool. Being able to play as Kid Kratos in another format, and this is the hypocrisy because he hampered on Laufey trying something different, and yet when Sons of Sparta tries something different, he shits on it. What the fuck? So do you like when Santa Monica tries something different, or do you not? Like what? Just because Kratos is in it, he's a fucking kid. We're getting into his backstory as a kid, and it's in 8-bit. It's in 2D, a completely different system. It's back in Greece after 5 years of not being in Greece. Actually, no, it's been a good minute longer, but even then, it's like what the fuck?
It was mid as fuck.
Personally, to me, Ghost of Sparta, not Ghost, but Sons of Sparta was absolutely wonderful, and I would happily play it again.
But anyway, what the fuck was I even saying, dude? Oh, I appreciate the risk taking. It's something that I can appreciate.
So why would you ever make that character the mainstay of the story, right? Like Tyr, Thor, or something like that. Yeah, exactly. So like,
Yeah, exactly.
I really think that
what story would you tell with them?
You could tell any of the stories that fuck it, what's his name? Mimir said. When you guys are riding on boats, I can't think of like the actual mythological names off the top of my head, but you could perhaps do a story where Thor was at the bar with the fucking what's his name, the giant, and he smashed his head in, getting rocks all into his hair. Or you could do a story that happened with fuck it. If you want Laufey to be in the game so bad, do a story where Thor fought Laufey. I don't know. Or maybe you could do a story on Thor's perspective in Ragnarok. If you want to do the same for Odin, you can do the same story like, during Thor's not Thor Odin's marriage. If you wanted to do a game with Odin, you could do a thing with his marriage with Freya. You could see how he was able to get the 9 realms to form after the murder of Ymir. You could do something with that. If you wanted Tyr, you could do how he was during the era before Kratos came along, before he was imprisoned. How he tried to bring peace. Like those are the stories that you could tell, and they would be, I'm pretty sure, fundamentally a whole lot more enjoyable and a lot more interesting than something that we could have with Laufey, because her story was already told, and while Thor's story was already told, we didn't really get it in retrospect, like how we because there's a whole lot more that was shed on with Thor, with his possible story, than was with Laufey, because we got a whole bunch of characterization and lore from Mimir, and we got probably like 20% of that of that with Laufey, because there was really no need to shed on her story anymore. So you could do something with any of those characters and not have it be Kratos.
something like that. Yeah, exactly. So like,
Yeah, exactly.
I really think that
what story would you tell with them? Would you have Thor going to the same world? Is that what you tell the story of? Like, is that the difference?
No, I would tell about Thor's past, any of his famous stories from Norse mythology, anything. Hell, you could do an overall story with the building of the wall between the wall of Asgard.
What you do?
There's a lot of things you can do.
This. Like the players would never vote for this decision.
Guys, there are some tropes that
See, he's so afraid to say this.
XQC, the fucking Trump, like he's kind of like a fucking Republican Trumper, is afraid to say something. Why would he be afraid? Why? If anything, I would expect XQC to be a little more on the fucking, like.
Oh wow, someone who's on a different political spectrum than me is scared to talk about something, knowing their audience and how people can take it on social media. Oh my goodness! But you're supposed to be a Republican. You're supposed to be a Trumpist. You shouldn't be scared of saying, nigga, what? You can still be a little bit of apprehensive saying your political view, your political views or any views that you have, because people on the internet will take it either out of context in the wrong way or spread it in a misinformed way. It's very reasonable that XQC would not want to be so direct, because he's not like Asmund. He has a filter. Asmund does not have a filter. I barely have a filter, but Asmund does not have a filter.
Like anti-woke side. What are you talking about?
Here's the reality, and you know it. You know that they keep replacing characters that are white and male with characters that are non-white and non-male. And the reason why is they want to push a social agenda.
Okay. Your brain is just broken.
Nah, it's because you didn't have a fucking answer. You know it is true. You know that is true. They do it in movies. They do it in shows. They do it in games. Fuck it. Let me see if I can find one. Can I find? Because there's this one YouTuber that I know. Well, not that I know like personally, but that I've watched some videos of. Can I find her? Can I find her? Can I find her?
Can I find a? Can I find a? Fuck it. I don't think I subscribed to it either, which sucks a little bit. I can't fucking find it. Shit. I wish there was a tab. Is there just a tab to view fucking what's the name? Community whatever. Community notes. I can't fucking find it. Son of a bitch. Yep. Can't find it. I say. Is it? No, it's not the right one. Not the right person. Yeah, let's see if I can just. So deal with the Wolverine game. And also, I know Cyclops released, is going to release on Marvel Rival, so I guess whenever they do that, we'll do a stream. Okay, yeah, I'm not fucking finding it, which sucks when I want to make a fucking point, but I can't find the fucking community thing. It's like I always see her channel when I don't need to see it, and yet if I need to see it, it never shows. Well, fuck. Okay, well, guess that's it. That fucking sucks. But anyway, it was to do with the new Wolverine game, because they waste swapped one of the characters, and that was one of the issues that the YouTuber had with it. I swear, if I fucking find her name after this, I'm gonna make sure that I subscribe to her channel, because I can't.
Also, Kratos is
keep losing it.
Let's be fucking real. White supremacists would be saying that he do be.
He's white. He's white. He's tan skin, but he is white. His parents were white. He's white. Zeus was white. His mother was white. He's white.
Italian or something, and he's not really white enough. He was literally Kratos is a white-faced character. I don't know if the ashes of his dead family are on his body.
He's actually genetically and biologically white. He is a white character. He was born in Sparta, which is a white area done by white people. The Greeks were known for tanning their skin with olive oils. That's why he's olive tanned, because of that tanning. Olive oil was a big thing the ancient Greeks used. But still, his parents were white. Zeus is white. There's no say whether he transformed into a black character, but even then it wouldn't make much sense, because the most obvious thing would have been to him to transform into white. But even then, his mother knew who Zeus was, so most likely he just banged her normally without needing to transform. And his mother was white. You can look on the fucking God of War wiki. She was white. Last time I checked, you can't have two white parents and then a black child.
He has a curse. What are you talking about? Whoa, look at this guy.
That's the reason why they want to do it.
That's
it's not
it,
because
dude.
the character was too boring. It's not because people weren't interested in it.
It's so interesting because so many anti-woke grifters complained that Kratos there was not enough boobs and blood and violence in the game, and that he was gay, that he was a father now. So
It's because they're pushing it for a social.
That was only a few people and genuine dumbasses. No one who was actually fans of the game and actually liked God of War in general thought that the lack of sexualness was a issue.
Agenda. That's the same reason why you see a lot of gay and trans stuff in video games. Nobody's asking for that, but they still keep getting it.
well, so just to be clear, gay people are asking for that, and like
Most of the time, it's not even the gays asking for that, and even then, it's a very, very small minority of gay people and trans people asking for that, because a lot of gamers don't care about the sexuality of their characters. They don't care about who they identify as. They don't care about identity politics, and they don't care about sexual politics. All they care about is whether the game is good or not. And if you force identity and sexual politics down the throat of a gamer, then they're going to care, because it's invading their space of I don't care. And when you invade someone's I don't care space, then you have an issue.
you can just not play games that aren't for you.
Except for the fact that many games today are being made for the general audience and being promoted to the general audience. Well, no, not general audience, modern audience, even though people of the general audience are the people who buy the games. So it's no wonder why people from the general audience are getting these modern audience games. It's because they're the majority and they're making games for the non-existent minority.
You don't have to, like, it's so crazy. There are like video games. There's always been so many video games around, and now there are some games that are like, hey, what if a gay person exists? It's not that deep.
Like I said, no one cares about whether someone is gay or trans. We don't really care. It can be in the subtext, sure, but it doesn't matter to the overall story, and we don't need that fact pushed down our throat. Like, you don't need to push down the fact that a character is gay or trans. I mean, look at fucking Bridget from Guilty Gear. Bridget is trans, but no one is getting that shoved down their throat. No one's getting that fact shoved down their throat. The only thing that they care about is whether the game is good or not.
How do you even respond to somebody who's conspiracy theory pushing? Every game they're doing that. Okay. Cool stuff, man.
Not every game, but most games.
Love it. Gotcha. God of War Blast, you know?
Why is that? Do you think that any person actually wants to play like a character that looks this way? I don't
Yeah, I'm excited.
think that they really do.
I'm not really excited.
I think
Well, as long as you just think you're always right, then you're bulletproof, aren't you?
Guts,
guys have no
you're
problem
thinking that
playing
you're
female
right.
characters, but she's got to be really hot.
Well, she's not unattractive. Also, why does she have to be hot? I don't understand what that means.
It's because sex sells in video games, and people don't like to acknowledge that fact, even though it's a very, very truthful fact. That the more sexual that a character is, the more popular the video game is going to be. Now, of course, you don't need to have hypersexualization in a video game, but some sexualization. And if you don't have that some sexualization, then the game's simply just not going to sell well. Now, the sexualization, it doesn't mean like you got to show boobs or anything, but the character has to be at least moderately attractive. And yet in the game, La Fey is a whole lot less attractive than her real life counterpart.
This woman, and also, by the way, I feel so bad for her actress, because the actress is like way more attractive than the way that she's portrayed in the game.
Okay.
And so it's just another example of an actress who effectively is having their their likeness deformed in order to make it more.
It doesn't matter. He'd have an issue regardless of what was going on. And frankly, she looks better in this game. She looks like she fits the world more. I remember playing the original God of War.
Not really. There were many games where actresses were directly modeled, and they fit into the game extremely well without any body deformations or changes or anything. I think it was in one of the Metal Gear Solid games where they directly just took actresses and modeled them into the world, and they fit absolutely perfectly. If you took Faye's actress
and modeled her into the game, you wouldn't have to change anything if you knew how to model correctly. You wouldn't need to uglify her. You wouldn't. The only thing you would really need to change is her textures, her and the lighting on her body. But even then, that just goes with models in general.
Like 2018, and she's just too. She just doesn't. She just looks too like perfect. It doesn't fit the settings.
She's a Jotun. Do you not know that many female Jotuns were very, very beautiful? Mythologically wise, Jotuns and other goddesses of the Norse world were very, very beautiful. Unless you were like the fucking Norns, maybe. I forgot. I don't remember how they look like. Now, of course, some gods and goddesses were not beautiful at all, but overall, many Jotuns were in fact very, very attractive. It would actually be more accurate to the myths to put La Fay's actress in the game as she was, without having to uglify her, than to uglify her and put her in the game.
It doesn't fit the setting as much. It doesn't fit the tone as much to me. She just looks a little bit out of place. It's just a little too clean, right? Like, I don't know. It's just like...
That fits. That absolutely fits. She fits with the lighting of the game. She fits in with the textures of the game. She fits in with Kratos. She fits in, and besides, the only reason she looks like unnaturally perfect here is because of the lighting. The lighting changes how good you look, and if you look at any other scene with her, she's hold on. Let me pull up YouTube. See, here we go. Like right here, you see? She fits in perfectly with the game. The lighting, everything, the models, they fit in perfectly with the game. This is just uglifying her to be uglified. And I don't really like the fact that they changed her model. I was perfectly fine with this model. But see, like, okay, let's go in. Go mute that. But see, look, she fits in perfectly with the game. Sure, Kratos is a little bit more rough around the edges, but one, he's older, and two, he doesn't take care of his skin like how La Fay would, because she's a Jotun. She's supposed to be predominantly beautiful throughout everything. See, she fits in perfectly with the game. So this nigga is just absolutely ridiculous. Okay, let's go.
She looks a little too... She just looks a little too clean. It's just... It doesn't fit there.
Okay, you know what? Hold on. I'm gonna do another thing. Okay, we're gonna do this. Okay, we're gonna take La Fay from Ragnarok. Not the new one, but this one, La Fay. Okay? And now, we're going to take La Fay from mythology. See? Put these two side by side. Now tell me, which one do you think is more predominantly beautiful? Which one do you think is more perfect? Cause I can see the imperfections on her face right here. Let's do a. It's another one from Ragnarok. You can see the imperfections on her face. Right here's a little bit better. You can see like the little wrinkles and stuff. Now tell me, in her actual myths, do you see any imperfections? Do you see any blemishes? Any inconsistencies? No. No. There's rarely many fucking actual depictions of her, but yeah, like actual like depictions of her in mythology. But this is like the basic thing. This is usually what people see, or something like this. But you can see that she's absolutely stunning and perfect.
So I like that they kind of changed her around a little bit, and they made
Holly.
her a little more realistic looking. Who cares?
Or acceptable for the hags
Sit.
and foids that are working in this company
Sit.
to try to feel
Sit.
better about
Sit down.
themselves because they don't want to see an attractive woman
Yeah,
because it'll
right.
make them feel bad about themselves and insecure.
Right.
I swear, if you
Nice
start
conspiracy
arguing
theory,
again,
dude.
you're
You're
not
ugly
Holly.
as shit, bro. What are you
Holly.
talking about ugly women
Holly.
for?
Sit down. Sit down. It does
That's
not,
the reason
that
why.
does not concern
Okay,
you.
if you say so.
That does not concern you. Sit down. Sit down. Over there. Calm down. There's no reason for you to bark in my room. Holly. No. No.
Really make the player base defensive. I mean, it is what it is.
It is. He's
Fucking God. Lay back on the bed. You lying on your bed? Okay. Very good. See? That's so hard. No need to bark. I would put you on my bed, but you love to shed hair, so I can't do that. Okay? Keep calm. Holly. You know that we're getting stuff done in the house, Holly. There's no need to do all that barking. You should have been knew the dude who been here for the last 2 days. You can calm down. You calm? Alright. Anyways. I missed a good few seconds. Honestly, it would have been good because this is gonna take longer than usual.
that's the reason why.
Okay. Oh, what are you talking about ugly women for?
Here.
Right. Okay. Nice.
Attractive woman
Yeah,
because it'll
right.
make them feel bad about themselves and insecure.
Right. Okay. Nice conspiracy theory, dude. You're ugly as shit, bro. What are you talking about ugly women?
I like how you used an ad hominem to attack him rather than his argument guts. Very mature of you, but in all essence, what Asmongold is saying has a lot of merit behind it. A lot of beautiful characters over the years have been uglified and toned down in their beauty over the years because of people who feel insecure about their about their physical stature. Because think about it, characters who were beautiful before in previous games all of a sudden look like they're middle-aged, terrible, lonely women who fucking smoke every day. I'm just making like a broad generalization, but you can obviously see that is what is happening, and it happens because people don't want beauty in video games anymore. Like higher ups don't want beauty in video games anymore. People who virtue signal don't want beautiful women or beautiful characters in video games anymore.
For I don't understand.
That's the reason why.
Okay, if you say so.
Really make the player base defensive. I mean, it is what it is.
It is. He's completely right. He is.
What?
He's totally right.
Totally right.
It's not.
You're not really part of the player base, though. I don't understand. So it's so funny when you hear someone like Asmongold.
Not really part of the player base. Sure. But it still holds merit because it's what majority of the player base agrees with.
Talk about how like girls in games are not hot enough, but these are the same guys that'll say that like porn rots your brain, and it's like, okay, so you want more porn in your video games? I don't know.
That's such a terrible fucking argument. Because you're basically trying to say beautiful women equals pornography, which is just not true. Pornography in high amounts and in intense amounts does do harmful damage to your brain. However, a woman being attractive and beautiful doesn't do damage to your brain. Pornography has harmful effects on you, but seeing beautiful women just like regularly or in video games does not do anything bad to you. Pornography does. This nigga just don't know what he's talking about.
Understand. But is that the take? More porn in your video games? Hey, porn rots your brain. By the way, every time I see a woman, she needs to be attractive to me.
Yeah, conventionally attractive. That being conventionally attractive is not pornographic. I think Guts needs to research what pornographic means and what attractiveness means.
Wow. Okay. Interesting for your focus. That's great.
Small. It's not a small portion. I mean,
It's a massive portion. It's a massive portion of us, and we will make the discourse so unpleasant, so uncomfortable, so problematic, and so toxic that there will be an environment where people are afraid to do this.
Afraid? What the fuck?
That's the goal.
That just sounds. You just sound like a weirdo.
No.
You're gonna complain. Does he not realize he's acting like a Karen? Hey, I'm gonna complain so much. I'm gonna cry, bitch, moan, and complain so much until people listen to me. You sound like a fuck.
Yeah, because he and everybody else who's reasonable is complaining about how people in video games are being intentionally made less attractive because the people who are making the video games and the groups who virtue signal on the video games aren't attractive themselves, and they want terrible writing, they want terrible storylines, they want terrible character development, and the only thing that they want to do is push politics and agendas. That's why people are complaining. Now, although I don't like when Karens like do complain, sometimes it is necessarily good to be a reasonable person and complain, even if you seem like a Karen.
Fucking Karen, no? Am I mishearing this?
Yes, you are.
I mean,
It's a massive portion.
What the fuck?
It's a massive portion of us, and we will make the discourse so unpleasant, so uncomfortable, so problematic, and so toxic that there will be an environment where people are afraid to do this.
Ironically, those are all the behaviors as to why Asmongold and his own audience can't find a fucking partner, because they act like that all the time.
Wow,
That's
another
the
ad
goal.
hominem. Another ad hominem. This time, not just on Asmon, but on his audience. Some of which I'm pretty sure has relationships. Does this nigga even have a relationship? I mean, I'm not trying to do an ad hominem myself, but this nigga started it. Like, what the fuck?
Okay.
We are trying to do that. We are trying to make it as toxic as possible.
You're so gay. This guy's a loser. What the fuck?
What?
And do you want to?
Didn't even address his point. Just assaulted him and just insulted him and moved on.
Know
What the
why
fuck?
they're mad?
Nobody's really that mad, man. You're just getting like online Twitter brained.
It's because it's working.
Whoa, what's working?
The fact that people are complaining.
Is this guy seriously like fucking monologuing right now? It's working? What does Asmongold think is working?
The fact that people are complaining about the game. That's what's working. Are you a genuine dumbass? Like, Guts, like, come on, bro. You can't be that dumb. You cannot be that dumb to not understand what Asmongold means by "this is working," aka complaining about the game systems that companies use to make games now. Come on now, man.
Does he realize that, like, this is probably the goal from Santa Monica Studios? If anything, they're making a woman lead because they know morons like you are gonna cry about it, and then they get more.
But there was woman leads. You had Thwood, you had Sif, you had Freya, you had the bad guy of the original trilogy, Athena, who pulled all the strings. You had Hera, you had Artemis. You had a whole bunch of... You had the fucking Furies, who were all women. You had the Three Fates, who were all women. So you had strong female villains and female leads in the game. In all the games.
Or free coverage. Why else do you think that they made Laufey have a fucking, basically a big cubic washing machine with her? So that people would make stupid memes and keep it in the cycle. They're rage baiting for attention, and then they're hopefully going to produce a really good game, and you're just helping them. Like, this guy just monologued as if I'm gonna change gaming forever. You're just part of the parasite machine that gets games.
He did not say that he's going to change games forever. He said that us complaining about the bad games that people produce now in efforts to uglify and virtue signal is why they're complaining and why it's slowly working. Game companies are slowly starting to stop taking people who virtue signal and companies like Sweet Baby Inc. seriously. That's why he said that.
Like this more popular. What are you talking about? You're just signal boosting and you're going to make the sales go up. Like, if anything, the reason why there's more wokeness in games is to bait people like you into saying it's bad so that the ratings go up.
Well, every time that there's a woke game, it fails pretty bad. Concord is a pretty good example. Fucking what's that one fucking game that I fucking move shit with my mind? Like that game that did pretty horrid. Star Wars, that one Star Wars fucking Outlaws game, that didn't do good. Like it's like, come on now, dog.
Reason why there's more wokeness in games is to bait people like you into saying it's bad so that the ratings go up.
There's more wokeness. There's more wokeness in games just because people like Sweet Baby Inc., feminist groups like that one group in fucking New Zealand, Australia, that tried to stop credit card companies and pressure Steam into stop selling certain games. People like that, those are who put agendas in the video games.
Eyes on it go up so more people buy it. What the fuck are you talking about? This guy's a sheep. He doesn't even realize it's part of the infrastructure he's
No, Asmongold is not a sheep. You're just a dumbass.
It's working very well.
It's not.
It is.
But okay. You say so, bud.
It's working. I'm actually doing it.
This is the same thing when Hassan's like, I'm an on-the-ground journalist. This is what you're doing right now. Asmongold is like massively cringe. Holy fuck.
Well, the difference between Asmongold and Hassan is that Asmongold is not a terrorist supporter. Hassan is. Asmongold at least understands the rights and wrongs. Hassan does not. Hassan is a grifter. I even said that on my Twitter post. Hassan is a genuine grifter. He's a dumbass and a grifter.
Fuck.
Delusional.
Yep. So I sent her to another realm.
Yo, God of Horrors.
Wait a minute, hold on. Did I just hear Asmongold's voice in this? Okay, so we gotta. So I'm reacting to a reaction to a reaction to a reaction of a reaction of a trailer. That's reaction right there.
Crazy.
Dude, crazy.
Jesus.
Wife of war, whore of war, foid of war.
Whoa. What is a foid? What are we doing here?
Oh shit.
What is a foid? Foid is a derogatory and dehumanizing slang term to refer to women. Oh, it's a short term for femoid, combinations of female and humanoid, and is typically used in a fringe internet community, so it's instead to imply women are not fully human. Got it. So Asmongold doesn't think that women are human. Got it. Wow.
That's not what. Oh my goodness, this nigga's such a piece of shit. Guts is such a piece of shit. Did you not hear XQC saying like all those things as well? Readings from his chat, like it's obviously just that they were just saying fucking words that related to women. Why do you think that whore of war, fucking yeah, Freud of war? See, he's reading off his chat as well. The chat is legit saying it. The chat is saying it. Woke of war, girl of war. God of whatever is kind of crazy. God of the kitchen, like come on now, dog. You can't obviously think you're being serious here. You can't obviously think that.
Wow, what a hot take. Wait, Asmongold is trying to figure out ways to escalate in his hatefulness because that's the only thing that keeps him relevant. What the fuck? Wait, who would have thought about
this
that?
nigga actually thinks he's on to something.
Ooh.
Karen of war, slop of war, soy slop.
Soy sauce.
See, you can read
Alice
it.
and God.
See, he's reading off of his chat. This nigga genuinely thought that he said that Asma said Freud of war unironically, and yet he's reading off of his chat.
Gay of war.
Gay guy. Gay.
Yeah, okay.
Gay
Okay, dude.
war.
Okay.
They're starting.
War Kitchen is fucking
War in the war of kitchen.
See,
These are just so unfunny.
Nah,
Like,
these
what
are
the
actually
fuck?
pretty
Is this what-
fucking
is this
funny,
what Elon
dog.
Musk said when comedy was back. Girl in the kitchen.
Nah, you see, Guts is so in line with being politically correct and being so maybe not offended is the word I would use, but for the sake of time we'll say offended, is so politically correct and so apt at being offended that he can't find anything that isn't politically correct funny. Like, sure, is this like good humor? Maybe not, but it's still somewhere funny, because when people are spamming at you all these different type of blank of war, then okay, you start to laugh a little bit because there are some genuine good ones, but Gus just cannot find any humor, which is totally fine. But to say that these are not funny at all is just asinine.
Chin jokes. Whoa.
Oh man.
absolutely diabolical.
What about Trump rapes little girls of war? Would that be a funny one?
I already went through this. This people in his space, people who think like him, they will bring up something completely unrelated to the conversation in order to try and make a quick point and get on a moral high ground. I already addressed the Trump thing. And this is just absolutely ridiculous. Like, really, dog, you're going to you're going to try and pull that? You're really going to try and pull that tactic? Your Trump card of bringing out Trump and Epstein, really? That's it? Nothing else? Okay.
Would we think that one's good or no?
Yep.
My chat wasn't that bad. But like I said,
Nah, Asmongold wouldn't like that one. He likes Trump a lot.
You just... Guts really does not have an entire point in this entire video. Okay. I'm really thinking about skipping forward. But we get to the 25-minute mark. If he has not said anything relatively of remote in 25 minutes, I'm done.
like I said, even there's intels, and then there's a gradient or whatever. Chat, God of War is a huge fucking, like, seriously.
It's a guy game. It's a guy game. It's made for guys. Kratos is the peak masculine male character, and the people that are playing it are overwhelmingly men.
Sure. What's interesting about what Asmongold is saying is like back when the
Well, at least you can agree with that.
God of War 2018 came out, Asmongold wasn't a right-wing grifter. So I guarantee you, though, if he was,
What the fuck does those words even mean anymore? But right-wing grifter. Everybody on the internet who disagrees with you is a right-wing grifter at this point. Those words are nothing. It's just a buzzword. It's buzzword, 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 buzzword. It's absolutely asinine to call someone a right-wing grifter today because it means nothing. It means absolutely nothing.
the right-wing grifter at the time, he would have been complaining about it. There are so many fucking anti-woke losers complaining about God of War because they changed Kratos from being boobs and blood and murder to like a father that's trying to better himself and be more productive in his expression.
That was a very minor part of the community, and a lot of people were actually happy to have Kratos back and to him being a father, because mind you, he killed his first wife and child on accident. So the fact that we were able to see how Kratos would be as a father, that was a refresh for us.
Banger. So Asmongold's like, yeah, this is men like this game, men like that. Yeah, true, but like you wouldn't, like you, if you like, you wouldn't like this game.
Father Simulator, by the way, Father Simulator. Do I need to bring up Pragmata? I feel like I shouldn't need to bring up Pragmata to understand that Asmongold would like a game like God of War 2018, God of War Ragnarok, Father Simulator. Like, I'm pretty sure it's quite obvious that Asmund would like a game like that. Remember when that one VTuber called Asmongold like what Papa Asmund? That shit was funny.
You wouldn't like this game if 2018 came out tomorrow. You'd be like, oh, this is bullshit. We just want to see more tits. Oh, fuck. We don't want to see a maturing character.
When he's actively never said that in the entirety of this video. When he was completely fine with 2018 and Ragnarok. Like what the fuck?
Oh, boring. It's boring, guys. It's boring as shit. That would be the fucking...
Says the boring ass nigga.
If you swap it over to being a middle-aged suburban mom who has a magic sword that she can talk to and she can cast magic spells with her hands.
Suburban mom. What?
She does look like
nobody gives
she does actually look like a suburban mom.
a shit about it. Sorry.
Yeah, didn't they say the same thing about Ghost of Yotei and then it did like really well?
Yeah, one thing, people were mad, not necessarily mad, were not liking Ghost of Yotei because of what the creator was saying online. People didn't like the creator, and thus they did not like Yotei. When Yotei was actually pretty good of a game. I still like Tsushima better, but Yotei was pretty good. But people didn't like Yotei because of what the creator was saying. That's why. It wasn't because it was a female character. I mean, in some aspects, I mean, there was some edits of like, you know, them people making the female character more attractive and stuff, which, you know, I like those edits. But overall, Yotei was a good game. It's just that they didn't like the creator.
This is literally just fucking Ghost of Tsushima all over again. Ghost of Tsushima did a really good job telling a particular story, and there was really nothing else to tell with Jin. So when they made the next one, Ghost of Yotei, they decided to go with like a female protagonist because it was.
I mean, I could say the same thing for Ghost of Tsushima with Jin. Why not focus on one of his kids? Because it was quite obvious that he had kids with Yuna. After the story ended, I mean, it was quite clear that they did in fact do that. So why not focus on one of his kids? Why not focus on fatherhood? I mean, maybe nothing in Japan happened during that time, but I could have swore during that time period, Japan did have its own Silver Stripes as well.
Basically a different story with like similar themes and like similar gameplay, but like improved gameplay. And they did the exact same thing. Kratos' story is over. There's not a lot to tell right now. I'm sure that can be in the future. I'm excited for the remasters of the old games. But there's nothing else to really tell. So like, who could we talk about? We could do it with a lot of different people. You know, an older Atreus could be great. But you know what? They decided to go with Faye. Cool. Hope it goes well. And they're doing more air juggling too. But we'll never get an acknowledgement out of that because I don't think that Asmongold knows that the criticism from some people is like, hey, there's not enough like air juggling. We want to go back to the old games where we can air juggle. Me personally, I think that the Ragnarok and 2018 series are fine, but like that's a criticism, and I'm like, okay, I get it. It's a little more floaty. They want to, they want to do more jump combos. They want to have a little more expression. They want.
I mean, I didn't really do too much L combos in the original trilogy either. I'm gonna be honest with you. I stayed mostly on the ground because I the only time I really used the L juggles was if I needed to get out of like a pitch, and that was it. I didn't really use L juggling.
We're not getting that, dude. We're not getting that kind of commentary.
It's insane. It's spent over.
Because it's unnecessary the conversation. We're talking about the person the game is about, not the mechanics.
When the protagonist, when it's
See, he's so afraid to say this.
What are you talking about? It's XQC. He's not afraid to say anything. I don't even know if he can.
It is XQC. I can barely understand what he's talking about, even with subtitles.
Say anything. Looks like he fucking talks.
We have evolved over
I don't think you have, but
millennia to be able to identify and detect trends. We can tell what
a little more racist dog whistling. We're just detecting trends.
Trend is. We know what trends are.
Yeah. It doesn't have the trend he was talking about was not about race. You own racist fuck. He was talking about the video game trend, changing characters, putting virtue signaling, putting ideology into games that don't need to be. That's the trends. And now that people have caught on to those trends, people are advocating against and pushing back against it. He wasn't talking about race. Why is everything race with you? Legit, everything with his side of the political spectrum, it is about race. Identity politics and race.
You share more chatters at XQC than...
To be clear, like this is what like white supremacists will say, like, oh, we're just tracking trends, and like, but the trend is pedophilia and rape.
And then he's talking about Trump again. You cannot stop bouncing on Trump's dick, and yet you hate him so much. You hate him so much that he occupies your mind 30, 40, 50, 70, 100% of the time, that you just cannot go without at least mentioning him in at least every 5 minutes. It's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane.
Acceptable in the Conservative Party, unfortunately. What the fuck?
You're on 24/7 channel? It's really true. Let me see. 755. That's...
Real talk. I need to find the background music Asmongold is using, so I can put that in my streams as well. Oh, I'm gonna turn up the. Because I think at this point I would rather hear the music than actually listen to this nigga speak.
Crazy.
What does this matter?
Damn. I mean, like, I'm glad.
Who cares about this?
Right? I am. Like, I think XQC's great.
Yeah, he's so cool.
That's great. Who's...
By the way, this is like the best fight in the God of War series, in my opinion.
The third one. I didn't see it.
Hades? Honestly, I sort of liked, now, you talking about in the series? The entire series? Including 2018 Ragnarok? Because I know damn well that the Hades fight is not better than the Thor fight. It's not better than the Odin fight. It's not better than fuck, what's that one fight name? Shit, no, I think it's better than I think the Valkyrie fights are better than this. We being serious right now? Like, come on now. The Hades fight? I mean, yeah, it's cool for sure, but better than than the entirety of all the trilogy, but all of the trilogy fights is the best one. Nigga, I'm pretty sure the Zeus fight was better.
The third one, Burnt Peanut. Oh, that's no surprise. Of course.
It's a woman protagonist.
Yeah.
If they've made the protagonist a male for fucking 30 years.
Exactly. Everybody knows why they're doing this.
Because there's no other story to tell for Kratos.
Because they wanted to just make it a woman. They had to have a female lead when there was no need to be a female lead. They could have made it about Atreus, the most logical choice, and yet they did not.
For what reason? To push an agenda. Faye's story was done. It had no other thing to be told. Just like how there was nothing else to tell of Kratos, there was nothing else to tell about Faye.
We all know why they're doing this. And we're not going to get gaslit into thinking, oh, no, that's not the reason why. Yeah, it is.
Okay.
We all know it.
I guess if you have a victim complex, you'd think this, huh?
No, it's just a ability to see dumbassery and an ability to see when people are pushing agendas. That's the complex we got. It's the anti-bullshit complex. I forgot to go back full screen.
But I think that he's just ulting all the time.
Everybody knows it.
Guys, everybody knows the thing I'm saying, even though it's not true.
Yes, everybody knows that people are pushing agenda into video games in order to pander to an audience that does not exist. Yes.
Say it's true, so it do be true.
Why do you think that's an invalid point?
It doesn't matter whether these people think that it matters whether they think it's invalid or not. It doesn't matter whether you think it's invalid. It matters whether we think it's invalid.
Who's we, man? Why do you feel like you
Gamers, the audience.
represent like the entire God of War community?
And we don't think it's invalid. So then it's not. And if there's enough of us, we can force these companies to do whatever we want.
But they don't. But they're still doing this stuff. So whatever you're trying to do is not working.
See, he's not talking about the God of War community. He's talking about gamers in general. We can obviously see that they're pushing politics into the games that we do not want politics in. They're pushing agenda into the games that we do not want agendas in. And so we're seeing that, and then we're pushing back against it. And then you're trying to be like, oh, but that's a bad thing. Like, no, it's not. It's a completely natural and good thing to do.
Like
you're misunderstanding that. You're intentionally misunderstanding that, or maybe you just can't understand it at all. I don't know whether it's one or the other, but it's definitely one of them.
We can. This guy's he's fucking carrying. He's just carrying over and over again. We can get them to do whatever we want. They'll listen to us.
Yes, because eventually when game companies stop making money on the games that are pushing agendas and pushing virtue signals, then eventually they will stop making those games. When gamers vote with their wallet and instead of words.
They're gonna listen, guys. They're definitely gonna listen.
Niggas trying to do the Deku thing. Fucking what the fuck?
And there are becoming more of us every single day.
I had a stream crash, so I don't remember what I was saying. Right, he's just being Karen.
We are recruiting more chuds to the chuddening that we've ever done before.
Wow, incredible.
We are going to create.
I like how you fucking failed the God of War fucking thing. My throat. Fucking failed the pull all chunks of Hades mini game. One of the easiest mini games in the game, by the way. You somehow fucking failed it.
We are going to.
Nigga wants to talk about Aspen being bad at video games. Nigga, you failed mashing the button mini game.
Completely remake the video game, and we're going to remake everything in the image of the chud.
Cool.
Back to where it was meant to be.
Oh fuck.
Why would you think that's about it? Interesting. Anyway, I think the game was really good.
Less than 3.
Why?
It's not because of people hated playing as Atreus. Yeah, I mean, true.
The final
but
boss
yeah,
will be
that's also
starting an argument.
that's all
They're
different.
both silent until the
Male
boss
protagonist
apologizes.
and child.
Being a guy, the thing is, like, people can identify with a guy in a different way they can with a girl. And
Wow, riveting commentary.
the way that a man looks at achieving and solving
Says the nigga that's barely talking when he's trying to react.
problems is different than a way that a woman does.
What?
Like, for example, a man would solve the problem and a woman would complain about it.
Ooh, true.
So, like, where would there be any combat? It just doesn't make sense.
It's also
So like Asmongold's just being dumb as shit. He doesn't really know what the fuck he's talking about. If you wanted to have a productive conversation about one of the potential issues of having a woman in a game that's typically designed for a man, like a God of War game, is that like there is two different types of power fantasies, generally speaking. There's a male power fantasy and a female power fantasy. And I think part of it's probably is derived from biological reasons, but part of it is social. A male power fantasy is usually like, hey, I'm a person, I start like kind of weak and then I get stronger and I get better as time goes on, and there's a lot of violence and this and that. that, and I really enjoy that. And a female power fantasy is usually more of like the princess arc, right? Like you have your knight arc, which is more of a male thing, and it's like a princess arc. Like, hey, I'm
Except for in video games now, they push onto female protagonists that they automatically get weapon, skill, armor, power-ups without the need to work for it. You know, a Mary Sue. That's basically the fantasy that a lot of female protagonists go through right now. They just get power without having to work for it.
I was born good. I'm attractive. People like me. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not hated for the virtue of my existence, etc., etc. Thrusting a female character into a male power fantasy can be off-putting because it can be more difficult for a guy to put themselves into the role of that girl.
Okay, good. So you fundamentally agree with Asmon. So why are you arguing?
But, like, who fucking cares? Again, Kratos' story, there's not anything else to tell right now. So this...
There's still a lot to tell with Kratos' story, one. And two, a lot of people fucking kill. Because why would you shoehorn in, one, another character, two, that character be a female character with little attributed to her, without much need of it? Why would you need a female character in a game where a female character is not needed? Playable character, at least. There's no need.
This is a good to change it. And as long as they don't do like a Captain Marvel where like they try to merge those two, like the knight and the princess together, where they basically have like a girl doing fighting stuff, but she's already perfect, which nobody likes. As long as there's like a meaningful evolution in the arc, who gives a fuck?
Dog, in the first like few minutes of the actual playable gameplay in the trailer, Faye automatically gets her magical powers, like because the cube fucking tells her to do it. it's legit that. She is a somewhat Mary Sue.
But like he doesn't really know what he's saying. He's just saying things like "girl's bad" and like he was cackling because somebody made AI washing machine God of War meme. It's like, oh
yeah, because it was funny.
Haha. It's like, okay, it's not offensive. It's just boring. Like this is the best they can do. Like, this is the best that they got. They're fucking boring as shit, so the best that they...
Well, I would like to know what this nigga would have done, because it's just being satire. It's just being satire. And being satire doesn't mean you need to put in the highest of effort. What the fuck did you want to do? Make a whole fucking movie?
They got is like fucking, you know, like fucking, like we get it. Like, yeah, girls do be washing stuff, and Asmongold does.
I like, this dude is swearing like 3 times every 2 seconds when he can't think of a word. Now, do I swear a lot? Absolutely, I do swear a lot, but I'm not swearing it like this, man, right here. Like,
wash, I guess.
Alienating the experience. The main player is absolutely 100%. And you denying that is just is level 1.
Bro, I just sometimes I can barely listen to XQC. Not because his like voice is irritating or anything, but I just can't understand what he is saying. I really can't understand what he is saying. But either way,
that's right.
We're gonna skip forward a little bit. Let's see what's different.
More realistic. That would be the art style that they went with. But it, okay, but you seems like he maybe had more.
Hop off though. I got to think about if I want to do these.
Hey! Me when I ult too soon. You think this is about? Do you think that it's about? That actually makes sense to me. Like they're doing it to test out aerial combat for the remake. I fucked it up. That actually makes a lot of sense. It's the same thing when they did God of War. It's the same thing when they did God of War. Valhalla, and they started like using some assets for the remakes. It makes sense that they would do that, testing some of that out to see how people like it. To see how people like it. So they can put like more floaty combat back in. Sure.
It gets mad toxic, and it's like I'm not trying to ruin people's lives. It's like I get it's only so much we can filter when there's a certain volume of people, but it's very disappointing. So I'm gonna hop off, guys. Thank you to those of you who did support, though. I appreciate you. And we'll
it's this dude who didn't want to talk about the game.
So you can look forward to that at least. But I appreciate you guys.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Bro, like because they didn't like the game, now you don't like really like. He's right though. No, he's not. What? So it's this toxic positivity. If people don't like the game because you have to play as a woman, this is the toxic positivity that I was talking about. If they don't like it, then they're right to not like it.
Okay, but you seems like he maybe had more reasonable criticisms, and you're just like weird and anti-woke.
That's it. And
except Asmon had valuable criticism as well. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I can't do anything more. I can't take this nigga's low deep voice. I know that's a that's hypocritical of me because I got on him for ad hominems, but he's done so many at this point. I just can't do it anymore. I can't do it. This nigga has no arguments. He's not saying anything. His deep voice like this is an ASMR podcast is pissing me off because I don't like ASMR. It's just enough. We're done. We're done. We're done here. I'm done here. I'm done here on the video. First video I could not do anything. Okay. Yep, we're done with that. Ugh. Okay. We're getting off of this. Fucking hell. This thing is... I'm definitely getting that Marvel Rivals suit for Phoenix and Emma since these are coming out. Oh, June 12th. Okay. So Cyclops comes out on the 12th. Good to know. It is kind of sad that we have another DPS that's possibly coming, which really sucks. Cause we have so many DPS in the game already. We're not gonna play Marvel Rivals though. My head already partially hurts from all this shit, bro. Oh. Okay. I don't know what to play. I mean we can just play a little bit of something, I guess. You know, there is one YouTuber I would love to. Well, actually, no, two. There are two YouTubers I would love to actually one day collab with if I ever get big enough. That is the VTuber Kyosha. She's a pretty cool person. I like a lot of her takes. Very funny, very cool. And then Shoe Head. I would actually like to talk to Shoe Head because I feel like we wouldn't we would agree on a lot of things and disagree on some of things, yet we would also be able to mutually respect that fact. And that's a rare thing that we barely be able to do. Okay, let's see here. We got a few options here. I did want to play fucking. Let me see if it's open. So nice, my Discord taking 35 hours. We could one day play Fallout New Vegas. I need to play that game again. You know what? I'm pretty sure we could do like you know what? We can do shit one thing. We can do KSP. Holly. Calm down, would you? Make sure. Man, I gotta shave. Okay, make sure my mods are done. Okay. Oh, oops. Okay. try and there you go. This is a lot more fitting music. My voice is very, very tired because I don't usually speak a lot. But holy. We're gonna keep the music on. Probably just play KSP for a little bit. Okay, nothing I gotta worry about on this. I'm just looking at something really quick. So I'm oops. We're just gonna turn down the music basically. Just keep it low. And we're gonna just, now it is kind of bad when the music isn't on because it lets me know when I'm in space, but the camera angle also changes. So I already started a space program a few weeks ago, probably like a month ago at this point, and we'll just continue from there. Okay, we're checking got anything out? No. Okay, I think have you already been to Minimus? I have already been to Minimus. So the next stop was the moon. But I gotta get a satellite. Oh my goodness, 2 frames per second, okay. Did it send me back before I got? Maybe walk a tree. Okay, yeah, okay. Have I been to Minus? Yeah, I have. Have I? I have. Okay. I looked at the tech. So
So I guess the answer now is we should probably make a satellite. Okay, I know what to do. Okay, so you see this, right? So we're going to do some tomfoolery here. And yeah. Wait. Nope, okay. So I went to Minimus, but I didn't unlock anything. So let me get a docking port real quick, cause that's what we're gonna need. Okay, where's the docking port at? Cause I need to find it. My mic thing is gonna fall off. Is there no docking things anywhere? I guess not. Which is very weird, because I could have swore there were docking ports. This is the expanded tech tree 2, so aerodynamics. Yeah, okay. Okay, then I'll just get that. We'll get fuel systems. The main thing now is just to build a satellite, so it's fine. We just have to use, this regular docking port. And then, is the snap on? And of course I ruined it. Okay. And then get some of these decouplers. This is just gonna be a very quick mission to, well, we're not going anywhere, but it's just gonna be a quick mission. Put these on the top. Win these ways. Bam. Okay. Now we can start on the actual machine. I don't think I have any. Yeah, I don't got anything about payload, so we'll have to stick.
we'll have to stick a thing on. This is so dangerous. With another decoupler, and then on that decoupler we'll have to put on a heat shield. That'll protect from the elements. Okay, and now for the main thing. We need another heat shield. Heat shield, decoupler, both sides. Put on that. And then we can build the bot. It doesn't take much fuel to get into orbit. We're probably only gonna need like 3,000. Probably more like 2,500. But it's not gonna be a lot. Because it should show us the delta V, which is change in velocity for those who don't know. Yeah, like it's not gonna take us that much. Yeah. So 237. We need like one more. Oh, this one. Nice. I don't think any of the decouplers we have are big enough. This one is. Not enough space. Fine, we'll have to set it for one more little engine. There, and then let's just do one more so we have enough to get. Yeah, we basically have 3,000. The name. Yeah, Excalibur. A very poor version spelling of Excalibur, but it'll work nonetheless. Okay. Okay, so when we get out the atmosphere, this actually has to go first. can go. Forget. I'll just do it manually. Let's go. One Jebediah. And in 3, 2, 1. What the fuck happened to the effects? Well, either way, that's real. We need to get to 2,500 meters right here, and then we can turn right and get ourselves into orbit. Hello. What the fuck? Okay, that was weird. It was one thing to be weird was the fucking. Okay, maybe this could use a little bit more workshopping. Wait, was that the swivel engine? Oh my fucking god, it wasn't even the swivel engine. I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. It wasn't even the swivel engine. No wonder it wasn't working. I feel so dumb. It's coming any day now. There it is. Okay, now it should work this time. In 3, 2, 1. Knuckle quacks. Knuckle quacks. Okay, now let's hope this time when we reach 2,500 meters, we will be able to successfully turn. We do. Just a little bit of spamming here on the W, on the D key. least 50,000. If we have to cut it short, this will have to be low orbit. It won't even be enough fuel to even reach low orbit. Oh well. It's not enough. So, what we would have done is we would have disabled this crossfeed right here when we reached orbit. So if we reached orbit, so we needed like 4,000 more. Yeah. So if we reached orbit, we would have decoupled this. Let those rays turn around and then retrograde ourselves and blow back this way and just leave the satellite alone. But we didn't get the chance. So I'll just convert this to the vehicle assembly. So we need tons more Delta V. Not big enough engines. Okay, that's fine. Because what always does work is a little extra boost. Okay. Now, this should work. We should have enough fuel to safely get the satellite into orbit and then to take Jeremiah or Jebediah, I don't know why I said Jeremiah, Jebediah back home. It's working.
least the first one. And then hopefully you have enough to turn around, go back. Looks good. Okay, everything's looking good. Okay, the only reason why this is happening is because we're low to the atmosphere, and because of that, we're hitting like the outer rim. But we should be able to glide safely by without having any other issues. It's just gonna be a little toasty. We should be fine. Yeah, we're going back up. Oh shit. Okay, it's fine. The main module's just fine. I think something blew off. Yeah, we're good. The orbit is getting smaller. There we can see, we can look at the damage. Wasn't too bad. Either way, we're here. Slip that prograde. And whatever happens, happens. This is our first satellite, so
Well, when we get better tech, then. Oh, the battery exploded off all the way. Yeah, you're dead. You're dead weight. Okay. Bye-bye. Okay. Oh, it seemed like it stabilized. Yeah, that's, there you go. Okay. And shield's fine. Alright. And there's the moon in the background. Now to set those and enjoy our nice cruise down. There it is, you see it heating up. We successfully re-entered the atmosphere. So the parts of our ship exploding. Yep. That little trail right there. Okay. Don't know where we're landing. I think it's water. Could be water. It could be land. Either way. It's pitch black. Oh, we're landing in water. we go. Splash down, recover the vessel. We made it. Okay. Well, I'd say that worked out pretty well. Yeah, that's a lot more stuff I need to do. Oh, well, I think I'm gonna end the stream here for today. It was it was a whole lot. My voice suddenly is a little bit tired, but yeah. Thank you all for tuning in. It's nice being here. I love all of you. Please stay safe, love yourself, and yeah. Have a nice day, guys.